I'm Ryan, and today we are going to work on an acrylic landscape lesson. All of the tools and materials will be listed in the video description, and if you'd like help with the drawing process, I'll have the traceable up over on Patreon, along with the reference photo for color matching. With that said, let's jump into it. So we're going to begin here today with a 1-inch flat-headed brush, and we're going to start in the sky. It's worth noting that we're using this because it can carry a lot of paint, and because the sharp edges will help us map out our buildings. So we're going to begin now by taking quite a bit of titanium white, moving that down to a new clean area on our palette. We'll grab a small hint of our primary red, work that in there, and then an even smaller amount of Mars Black. I'm just using the corner, that way I don't accidentally grab too much. We'll mix all of these together and we'll get this slightly gray pinkish pigment, which I'll start applying right up here in the top of the painting. Now I'm going to rotate my hand quite frequently to move around the edges of these buildings. You'll notice that sometimes it's easier to work with a vertical stroke, sometimes it's easier to map an edge with a horizontal stroke, and sometimes a diagonal one. And we just want to work back and forth until we get a good coverage. Then from there, we're simply going to go back over everything yet again with a vertical stroke. So you can make your initial application in whichever movement you'd like, but in the end, to make it consistent before it dries, just go back over it one more time to bring it all together. And I'm going to bring this down to right about there. Then we're going to take some additional red, some additional black, and we're going to make a slightly darker mixture and a more saturated mixture than what we initially had. Then we'll start applying this right here around the middle of our sky. Working my way around the buildings, and then I'll do a light blend up to the top. I do want this to have a bit more of a loose stroke in the end, so if it's a bit more impressionistic, I'll actually be quite happy, and that means occasionally leaving strokes showing. Here I'm just mixing up a bit more, making it slightly darker, coming down right here. Again, we'll do a slight blend up, but not too much. And I'll get you a little bit closer for the next part. So now we're moving into an area that's going to have significantly more orange. So I'm going to take some red, some yellow, mix those two up, and you're going to need to use significantly more yellow generally than red to make a good orange, because red is just a stronger color, quickly overwhelms the other. So we'll mix that up. Then we need to give it a bit of a less saturated look, because what we were using was less saturated. And we can start working that right in here. And you can see that I'm leaving a slight spot in between our initial two pigments for now. We will go back in and fix that up in a second, but we're not worried about it at the moment. I just want to apply this almost pure orange in all of the places that I can. There you can see I'm going over a portion of my drawing. That's okay. I can still see where it is. And now we're going to mix slightly more of our pink, and we are soon going to blend these together. But I want a good amount of each to do so. There we go. So we're reapplying our pink here at the bottom. We'll grab our orange. And just like that, we have a transition. It's warm, it's beautiful. And you can work it as much as you'd like. The more you go over it with a soft application, the softer the transition and the gradient will be. That said, you really don't need a soft transition or gradient. Remember, loose brush strokes can be a beautiful thing, especially in cityscapes. Now in contrast, I did feel like our sky at the top here was a little bit brighter than it should be, so I'm just going over it with The pink we are using down there with the interjection of a small amount of white. You can see it's actually still blending with that initial application because it's still wet, because we have the additional water on our brush. Makes blends so much easier if you want them to be. And you know what, we can actually bring this down and make our orange softer if we want to. Don't have to, it's a personal choice. You can have it be incredibly vibrant, or you can make it a bit more subtle like this. I am still trying to leave some brush strokes. And if you want brush strokes, apply more pressure with your brush. If you want less brush strokes, apply less pressure. But I'm quite happy with that. Now we're going to start working with our blue, so it's important that we take all of that extra paint off our brush because we were working with yellow, and if yellow and blue mix will make a green, which we don't really want a lot of in this piece. So I'm just going to work this through in the water and take off that extra pigment. Now we're going to start working on our buildings in the distance, and I'm actually going to keep that same brush because it really does work so well for these sharp-edged subjects. And I'm going to start by taking some titanium white, some of our blue, about an equal mixture of these two actually, hint of our red, because we're going to have all of those warm pigments reflecting on this building, and a hint of Mars black as well. I am frequently checking my reference photo for colors and where things are meant to be, but I'm also deviating slightly with this and making it admittedly more purple. So I'm just going to slide that to the left, and right there we have the start of a very easy building. Now I'm also going to take this same pigment and I'm going to do this building as well. I'm working on the edges while I have a lot of paint, and then once those are done, I move inwards, as you can see. Just like that. The building on the other side is a bit darker, so we'll add some Mars black to that. Maybe a bit more of our blue, a bit more of our red. When we added the Mars black, we desaturated the pigment because it mixed with the titanium white in the mix. So, to get that same hue, that same color, with a darker value, we needed to interject more red and blue back into it. So, from there, I'm going to map in this building, starting on the edges, and then we'll do the inside. Now, because my brush is damp, the pigment I'm applying is semi-transparent, and you can actually see some of the orange showing through in these, and I like that a lot because it makes it nice and cohesive. Now we're going to switch to a 1/4 inch flat-headed brush, make it nice and damp. We'll make a brighter version of what we have here, like that. And we'll start painting in just some reflections from that sky. So I'm really just following the corner here. You can do a loose stroke or a sharp stroke. There you can see there's an edge, there you can see there's a blend. It's up to you. We're just adding a bit of character. You're not going to see much in this distant building because it is so far away, but you will see a little bit. I'm also going to take this and I'll create some possible windows in this one right here. You can see that the value is so similar, we don't want a stark contrast right here at the back. We don't want that demanding too much attention, so we'll keep that subtle. I'll also take some of this darker pigment I'll work this around there. I'm looking at the photo, I see that there's this protruding area like that, and that's a really interesting feature. When you're painting buildings, it's important to keep them diverse, make them consistently interesting. That's what we're trying to do here. So, that is building number 1, and it is done. We'll move on to building number 2. Get more of that very light pigment. We've now used this in a couple of places, so it's starting to be a very cohesive color. Grab some extra titanium white. And it looks quite close to white, but it really isn't. It's important to remember. We're not trying to use any pure white in this. Now I see that there are some highly reflective windows in the photo, so I'm just tapping those on. It isn't all of them, so you see lots of spaces in between. It's important to remember. And we're also trying to make sure that we're not doing the same window over and over again. So, that right there looks quite good. Now, what's really important to remember is that these buildings don't just exist up here. They also come right down here. So we can grab more of that dark pigment that we used. Say, okay, you know what, that'll come to there. And I'm sticking with the smaller brush because we are working in a smaller area. So I'll just remix more of that pigment. For those of you who have troubles with mixing pigments, I highly recommend mixing your new pigment right beside or on top of your previous one. That way you can see the difference. This one is significantly lighter. We don't want that. It's also more desaturated. So to add saturation, I add red and blue. Now it has more color. Great. It's not dark enough yet though, so we'll add more Mars black. Not too much. We always add color slowly as we make that transition. That way we don't get ahead of ourselves. See, I've grabbed more black 4 times now. And every time I do that, I am taking down that saturation because it's mixing with that titanium white. So now we'll add more red and blue. And now you have 2 options. You can test it on the canvas, or you can test it, as I'm doing right now, on the reference photo. That way you can see that it's absolutely perfect. This is what I wanted, so I will apply it like this. So 2 different things. If you have troubles with color mixing, test on your reference photo, test on your canvas, but also mix on top of your previous mixture of that pigment. So we'll just make more of this. Good. And I'm going to fill these in myself to save a little bit of time, but we're essentially just doing the same thing we did up there, but down here. So, as you can see up close, my brush strokes are actually really quite loose, but what I wanted to show you here is that we are working on an angle at the bottom of our buildings because we're essentially mapping the sidewalk, which is at an angle, which moves into the foreground. So make sure when you get down to the bottom here that it isn't a straight line. It isn't a horizontal application. And you can also see that my applications here are actually quite loose. I think from afar, these things do tend to look a bit more realistic. They look a bit more sharp. And that's just because we're not close enough to see the detail. And that's a real trick to painting cityscapes. Recognize that it isn't this immaculate application the whole way through. A lot of it is loose, and that's not a bad thing. It's really nice actually because you get this combination of something that looks very painterly and something that also looks very realistic depending upon how you're looking at it. But don't get intimidated when you're looking at a cityscape from afar. Recognize that it is comprised of little applications like this that just look significantly more real farther away. And this really is achievable if you just take the time, you continuously add detail, and you diversify. So now we're heading back to the larger flat-headed brush. I'm going to mix up a darker purple than what we've mixed before, so I'm going to mix it next to that initial one. That way I have a good reference point. Throw all of these together, add a little bit of titanium white so it isn't too dark. And there, as you can see, we accidentally remixed that initial color. So easy fix, just add more Mars black, hint more blue, and red for the saturation, right? It's a fairly simple color palette. We're just looking for different values and saturation levels. So once I have this, I'm going to map in a much larger building. I'm looking at the photo, saying, okay, it starts right there. I lost a little bit of my drawing underneath the initial base layer for the sky. Not worried about that, that is okay. Just making sure I apply this where I want it. There we go. So that is actually yet another building. Very easy one, very quick one. From there, we're going to move into this next building, and this is going to have a bit more of a blue to it. It's going to be brighter than this, and it'll actually be brighter than that as well. So I'm starting with some blue, some titanium white. I want it to be cohesive, so I will add a slight bit of red, but not too much. There we are. That's actually really nice. And with this, we are going to block in the edges of this next building. So I'm going to start at the top. Then we'll work our way down. And I'm not actually making one continuous stroke. I'm making a myriad of smaller applications, and then I'm dragging. And I'm doing this because it's easier to keep control of it. You can see that I'm getting a slight blend with the other building right there. I am okay with that. Again, I want this painting to be slightly more loose than one would expect. Now we'll take more of this, and you know what? We'll actually fill in the building. I get a lot of questions as to how I'm able to make paint glide as far as I am, and honestly the simple answer is just that I keep my brush relatively damp. That's how we're able to move this out. It does come at the cost of a thickness in the paint, but I'm always okay with going back and just doing another layer. There we go. So, from there, we'll switch back to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. This one. We'll look at that color, we'll make it a bit darker, more Mars black, more of the natural blue. We'll mix it into that initial mixture, that way it grabs a bit of that original essence. I'm going to take my pinky finger, place it on my canvas, that way I take shake out of my hand. And there's a window. There's a window. There's a window. Rotating my brush so that I have more pigment on it. And you don't want to apply much pressure, otherwise your bristles will expand and you won't get a sharp stroke or a consistent one. Again, if you're going for a slightly more impressionistic look at the end of this, like I will be, that's okay. Just recognize that if you want it to be incredibly clean, that's not what you want. Let's get a little bit closer. So here, I take that pinky, rest it on a dry part of the canvas, line up with that other window, make that vertical stroke. These aren't going to be perfect, I'm okay with that. If you wanted them to be perfect, just take more time. There we go. And then I'll do a hint of another window right beside this by rotating my brush. So now we're on to our next building, and as you can see, things are actually starting to come together, and that part of the painting looks like a sunset on a cityscape. So it's getting exciting. It's getting to the point where we can see results from our actions and things don't just look like abstract rectangles and applications. But we're going to jump back into this with a 1-inch flat-headed brush. I know we are quite consistent today, and I'm going to take some of our primary red, bit of our blue. I want more of a purple for this next building, and I decided that because I looked at the reference photo, and that's really how I'm going to find a lot of diversity and interest in this piece. You don't have to use them, but I personally find that it really aids my painting. So anyways, I'm mixing a fairly bright purple here. You can look at it in relation to our other ones. And I'm going to use this for the top of this building here, which I actually painted over with a bit of blue. That's okay. I do know where it is. Can easily find and repaint it. And we'll move this down just like this. Right now I'm only painting the front of the building. This area right here will be the back. It's important to recognize that the area that touches the street, that faces it, that is going to receive more light from back here. It's going to receive more light from cars, and it's just going to be significantly brighter in general. So there we have the light side. Let's make the dark quickly, just so we can know what we're doing. Just give that a bit more blue, a bit more red, a bit more Mars black, and now we have a darker version to work with. And I'll just work that right in here. Remember, I like to do my edges first. We actually don't have much room, so we're essentially just doing edges, but it's good to remember that when you have new pigment, it is best, without a doubt, to work on those sharp areas, then fill in the rest. It's easy to get a lot of pigment and just get excited and want to apply it into all of the open areas, but that's not what's going to render you the success you want. So, from there, switching back to the 1-inch flat-headed brush, going to create a lighter purple than what we were working with. So I'm just taking titanium white, throwing that into that pre-existing purple. Then I'm going to create some distinctive features here on this building. Going to work on the general angle of the building. You can see that my hand is quite a bit of shake in it right now. That's just because I'm on an odd angle for it. If you aren't recording a tutorial, you should probably be able to move in a bit more of an efficient fashion. But I'm just adding that lighter area right there. We'll have some reflections happening here. They're all working diagonally. And they also continue inconsistently, seemingly. Hypothetically, there are these protruding areas on the building, but they're not all catching light in the same way. There we go. And as you move farther down, they start to get more horizontal. Now I do want this to be a bit more loose in the painting, so I'm actually just going to do some loose applications here, and I'll throw some of that light on the right-hand edge, just to show that it's getting some extra reflections occurring. There we go. I'm also going to take the darker pigment that we used for the shadow, and I'll create some shelving essentially to show that these are protruding out and that they have something underneath them that is creating a shadow. So now this works cohesively with that. It brings it all together. And we can also use this if you want to clean up these edges, like so. Now I'm going to head back up into the top, and it looks like it's actually a much brighter portion of the building. That's even a bit more pink. So I'll throw some extra red and white into the mix. You don't have to do all of the details in the city, just look for distinctive areas in each subject and focus on those. I think you'd probably go a little crazy if you tried to incorporate every detail. And here we're not trying to capture that, we're trying to capture a feeling. Trying to create an emotion in the piece. That's really the true goal here. Not to render the most realistic thing imaginable. So we just did a lot of work on the top of the canvas, and now we're going to start working on the bottom, copying what we did there. But it's important to note that this area, it's going to be covered with windows, lights, people, just so many different visual interruptions that we're not really going to see whatever we paint right now. This is essentially a backdrop, and we really don't need to worry about fine detail. We're just looking to match the general values. So I did take a little bit of a lunch break, and I'm noting that because it means that all of the paint here on my palette has essentially dried and I need to remix things, which isn't a bad thing. The more you mix things, the better you get at it. And here I'm trying to remix this darker purple because I want to continue this building downwards. So I'm mixing on top / beside it. That way I know how close I am to that initial mixture. Look at that, I say it's a little bit too blue, so I add red, and just like that, you can see that we have what we want. So I'm going to follow that line down in case I accidentally covered up the drawing, which I do to a point. I always feel like it's better to get a better initial base application than it is to kind of be hyper delicate and not necessarily fill in everything that you need to. So I'd much rather go over the drawing in an area that I shouldn't in order to get a current application a lot better, because we can always redraw it in. We can go back to the traceable. You can watch, the video from before, just see how it was. There are just so many different options of dealing with that, and I just feel like it's truly worth it. So now I'm going to mix a slightly brighter purple, like that. See, we have that mix, and the more you do this, the better you will get at it. There's no doubt about that. It's just something that comes with time. It is something that kind of becomes intuitive, and I can say that as someone who really used to struggle with color mixing. I would say that it was my most difficult portion of painting. And it was that way for years, honestly. It was something that I didn't initially put a lot of thought into, and because of that, I didn't really improve at it all that quickly. And now I feel quite comfortable with it, but it did take quite some time. And I do understand those of you who might say it seems really hard, it doesn't seem like it's coming quickly, and I can relate, but I can tell you that eventually it does. And when you do get there, it just feels so good to know that you put in the work and you got to that point. So don't get discouraged if that initial process is a little bit difficult, because if you do keep trying, you will get there. I am definitely an example of that, as someone who just was not a natural with color mixing. I was always good at drawing, but color mixing, definitely not. So again, I'm not really putting in windows or too much detail down here just because I know that it is an area that's going to be covered up. I will take a bit of that pink though. Not sure which pink it was, so I'll mix a new one right over here. And you know what? Just use the smallest hint of Mars Black. Test it. And we'll just do a little bit of that application. You can see that it's blending with the pre-existing purple, so I'm not getting as bright of a pigment. If you want it to be perfect, just let it dry, come back to it in 5 or 6 minutes, and then apply it. Do 2 coats, that way if it's semi-transparent from the water on your brush, it's very well applied. Or you can do what I'm doing right now, and that's just continuously layering more pigment. It's a bit more risky because it can lead to a bit more of a muddy application, but again, this is at the bottom and I'm okay if it's not pristine, because we probably won't see it. So now we're heading into a brand new big building right up top here. I'm using that larger flat-headed brush, and I want a relatively bright purple here, so something similar to what I have right there. I am going to mix this one a bit farther away just because I'm not sure what is wet there. The majority of it should be dry because we did take a break, but I don't really want to take that risk. So I'll mix around here, and I can tell that that's significantly more gray. So I'll add in some Mars Black, and as you can see, that really took out the saturation in the pinkish purple, and that worked great. So from there, I'll take this, I'll head up to the top of this building, I'll make a plethora of small strokes, create that sharp edge, which we really do want. And I know that when people work on impressionistic pieces, pieces that eventually become abstract, I think innately we think of it as a much more loose process, and that therefore our subjects, our applications don't have to be sharp or purposeful, but I've found over the years that whenever I work on something like that, it's generally best to build the best foundation I can so that I can break different portions of it, and I have a lot more choice in the matter. If your painting from start to finish is loose and you don't have a lot of purpose in the applications, then when you try to fix things or change things, it'll be a bit more difficult, and when you go in to add detail, you'll find that same struggle. So I highly recommend, when you want a more loose piece, start by trying to get things relatively correct, and with the cityscape, edging is just so important. So I started with that. I'm now going to take a bit of extra blue, red, make this slightly darker, slightly more saturated. Then I'm going to come into the bottom of it, and I'm going to work that up, because this is getting more of a reflection from that saturated orange and sun that we have there, where the top of it's getting more of a reflection from the more almost white peachy sky. There we go. So now we have a slight gradient in there, and because that building is a bit thin and on quite an angle, we're not going to add any additional details into it. So very simple application right there. Now let's head into the next building, which is right up here, and I'll get you a bit closer for that. Now this next building is also quite thin and on that same angle, so we're looking for something that's very similar to that in width. However, this time we are going to make it significantly brighter. So that's the pigment we were working with, just taking a lot of extra titanium white, working that in. You know what, I'll take even more. Get that on both sides of the brush, but I'm never putting pigment high up on my brush. I'm always keeping it in that bottom third, and that way I don't have a difficult time cleaning it, and that way the bristles actually stay significantly more consistent throughout their lifespan. Sometimes if you get that pigment really close to the base of the brush, some bristles will tend to stick out in odd ways, and that's just because the dried acrylic that you couldn't really get out there efficiently has moved the bristles, and because acrylics are essentially plastic, when that happens, you have this plastic pushing against the bristle so that it's no longer flexible and it doesn't move in the directions you generally want it to. So here you can see I'm going over this a number of times, giving it a nice thick application, and I'm quite happy with that. I also moved it down to the bottom. Now I'm going to work on this area right here, and this is actually going to be quite a dark blue, fairly similar to the window that we have. So I know I have that right here. I know the majority of this is quite dry. So blue, black, titanium white, more titanium white. Always take minimal amounts in your initial mixture until you find what you want. I think I like that. We'll test it. Yeah, that looks really good. So I'll start on my edge, clean, edge, clean, edge, clean. This one could be a bit more straight. And here you can see that I'm actually running out of paint. I'm getting a bit of a chalky effect, so I'm just dipping my brush in a bit more water to extend that wet life, condense the bristles, and help me drag that paint much further. So, there we go. Now we're going to move in. I'm going to avoid my drawn on windows. So yet again, we are working with horizontal strokes on edges, making it all sharp. And at this point, you've probably noticed some pattern in our buildings. They all look different, but we're doing similar things. Our applications are fairly similar. We're working in these horizontal and vertical strokes. We are going back and forth between the edges and then into the center. And I'd really like to take note of that because I think, again, a lot of people look at cityscapes as these hyper-complicated subjects. But once you get the general applications down and you're willing to put the time in, it really isn't a lot of complex applications. It's just about patience and diversity and articulating what you see in that landscape, in that cityscape, and how you translate it. There we go. Good. Switch over to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. Now, these windows are going to vary fairly dramatically. I do want some darker ones though, so I'll just take some Mars Black, mix that in with our current pigment. Oh my, tripping on my tongue now. Admittedly, with lunch I did have some coffee, and I feel so energized, so awake. And that is a real asset when making these lessons. There we go. Also, how do you paint a picture of the city without having some coffee? It just seems synonymous with one another. My partner and I, we just rewatched Friends, every episode, and we did so over probably a 2-3 month period. Kind of became our together activity in the evenings. But it's amazing how, set-wise, so much of that takes place in the coffee house, and they continuously make it just such a captivating series. Truly impressive from a creative standpoint. And if you're familiar with the series, I feel like Gunther is just an absolutely hilarious character. But all of that aside, here you can see I did some darker windows on the right hand side. Now I'm doing some slightly lighter, more blue windows. And you're probably wondering, why did you decide to make some darker and some a lighter blue? Shouldn't you make them all consistent, or make some orange or yellow for the lights inside? And my answer to that would be, I think that's innately what we all think. That's certainly what I would think if I were painting this from my imagination. But I came to the conclusion of these colors because it's what I saw in the photo. And again, you do not have to work from reference photos. Never feel like that's a rule. It is one of those things that has its benefits, but it also has its cons. Because I think it's important that we're also creative in our pieces, and I always try to, even when I'm using a reference photo, make it my own. I like to work in conjunction with it. I like to incorporate elements of it, as you can see, to add extra diversity, but I really would like to stress the fact that don't ever feel like you have to do something, especially when it's taught from an instructor. Recognize that even me, everybody, we all have our innate sensibilities and likings, It's very subjective art, and we're going to like different things, and you're going to discover your style by breaking rules, right? If you followed every rule taught by a single instructor, then you'd end up exactly with their painting. And at some point, you probably want to make your own. I think there's great value in learning how to paint like other people. But again, at some point you might want to start interjecting pieces of yourself. When I started painting, I was so enamored by this artist, Martin Whitfuth. And he did these beautiful dark scenes of animals and just this really interesting world. And I wanted to paint exactly like him. And when I started painting, I found that my work was definitely drifting towards his style, his stroke, his application. I would look up pictures of the work and I'd get really close and I'd try to see how those brush strokes and those blends were working, what was loose, what was very tight. And I found that incredibly useful as a learning, as a painter. But at the same time, at a point, I felt like I was just creating Martin Whitfuth pieces, or knockoffs, or, subpar versions of his pieces. I think doing all of that work was incredibly beneficial for me as an artist. I learned so much, but I did want to start doing more of my own. And I think that's a good thing to recognize. And even now, I still feel like I'm learning from different painters and instructors, and right now I'm quite enamored by an artist named Jeremy Mann, and he does a lot of abstract cityscapes and portraiture, and it's absolutely beautiful, beautiful work, really incredible. Now, I see that, and I try to learn different techniques. An example, I recently watched a documentary featuring him, and it's called A Solitary Man. I believe it's up on YouTube, but he uses rollers to do a lot of his painting. I thought that was so interesting, so I ordered a roller, I tried it, I did some pieces, and now the goal is to kind of figure out what I like about it, what I don't, and how I make that my style as well. How I interject pieces of myself and my own applications and what I like. Now I know this is a bit of a long talk, but I think it's something really worth thinking about, and it's not something you obviously have to decide right now. It's something that you can think about over time. But it's good to think about. I guess to summarize, it's great to follow other people's lessons, like these. It's great to learn from them, take different techniques, figure out what you personally like, and it's great to do that throughout your entire artistic career. But it's also great to find what you like and interject that and change reference photos and amalgamate ideas. Here you can see I'm just jumping back and forth with different values of blue and gray to make these a bit more distinct. We're getting closer to us, and that means we can start using more detail. So now we're actually going to get back to talking about painting, and we're going to start on this building right here. Now it has a bit of a brighter grayish pink, so I'm going to go down to a pink that we've used quite a bit. That is a bit brighter. I'll grab some Mars Black to work with our titanium white. And then, of course, we need some red, not too much. Some blue, again, not too much. Mix those together. Definitely want this to be slightly more blue and more bright. So we'll work those. And I like that a lot. Now we're going to head into this area right here, and this building is full of repetition. Now when you come across things like this, recognize that they are going to take you a longer period of time, but take solace in the fact that once you do a single portion of it, you are going to be very familiar with it, and the rest of it is going to be fairly easy. So, make it something to look forward to. We all love the painting process, and this just provides us lots of it, and the opportunity to do a lot of it while really knowing what we're doing. So I'm starting here by creating this general shape, and then we double it. So we'll do one more right below it. You can see that I'm really rotating my brush for these applications. And then there's another smaller little piece inside here. Definitely need more water. You'll probably need a lot of water for these because we're getting into very minute applications and situations. That does mean we'll probably need to go back and do more layers, but that's okay. And then I'm also adding a highlight right there. So we almost have our base here. This is facing us directly, so it's not on an angle. And then we have this little piece that protrudes and sticks up. You can see just how transparent that is by the fact that it's a lot darker than our applications down here. That's because you can see that darker pigment showing through. And from there, we are going to take more of our blue, add in a hint of red, titanium white, Mars black, and we'll paint this window right here. You can see that the brush is actually a perfect fit. Love it when that happens. Then we have more of a window right off to the side here. Another one right there. And we have portions of this blue in this next window, but all of these windows are not the same, much like the ones above. And it's going to be imperative that we continuously switch up our pigments. So I'll grab a bit more of a Mars black from a previous blue, we'll work that in. Now it's more gray, it's a little bit darker. And we'll apply this. We can also already start working on our next little set of windows down there at the bottom. That way they're cohesive and they connect with what we have there. If you get a little bit messy, that's okay. We do intend to do multiple layers. And in the end, we'll probably make it more loose anyway. So from there, the next windows actually move out on an angle, so they catch more light that's a bit more pink. So this is where it gets neat. We add more red, white, like that. And it's little distinctions like this that'll make it look like a real city. Things that you wouldn't think to incorporate, things that are interesting. And this is just going to run this side. You can see that there's a slight angle at the top. And then it comes down to that angle at the bottom. I'm also going to take some of our pink, and I actually do need to fill this area in. Didn't realize that initially. Now, we'll create a darker pinkish purple. So we actually have a pretty good purple right there. We'll add more Mars black to it. And we're going to want to go across the tops of all of our windows. This is going to essentially connect this window, and this window. We're going to do it on the top and the bottom. This will give us a good grounding for each of these. And it'll show us how far up and how far down all of these actually need to be. So we may have to go back and do a bit more on the window, but this will tidy it up and make it more interesting. That said, I am fully cognizant of the fact that right now it is not all that tidy, and that's okay. All paintings go through portions where they aren't all that aesthetic. You need to build these base layers, these foundations to get there, and that's what we're doing. And then I'm also doing a little transition area area there. And now, I'm actually going to continue this all the way down. I suspect this will probably take me 10-15 minutes, and seeing me paint the same thing over and over again probably wouldn't be the most advantageous lesson. So I'm going to do that, then we'll come back to this and I'll show you how we do the touch-ups and make it look actually really pretty. So I will see you in just a couple seconds. But remember, take your time with this, make it look good, and that's entirely what I intend to do here. So, as you can see, I completed the base layer for the building, and something I'd like to note is that I actually ended up making this a bit darker, kind of close to what we have here, but again, just a hint darker, and I made the windows a little bit of a brighter pink. So I switched things up a little bit. I ended up liking this just because it felt significantly more subtle, and the farther we get away from that light at the bottom, generally the darker it should be. So just a subtle change, but something I ended up liking quite a bit. Now, the last thing I applied was the lines that go on the tops and bottoms of these windows. That is this darker purple right here, and I'm actually going to take that and I'm going to look at my windows. I'm going to say, okay, here's the top. I'm going to come down to about a third of them, and I'm going to put a little horizontal mark like this. And that's because this building doesn't have a sharp corner. It has kind of a rounded edge, and on that edge it has a smaller set of windows. So I'm applying these to put the windows underneath. And then I'll come back and I'll say, how long is that window? Approximately how long that window is. So I'll extend that down. It comes into more of the middle area of this. And this is going to look like a fairly abstract detail for now, and that's completely fine. At some point we are going to make this more loose, and this will probably be one of those more loose buildings. From there though, I'm going to take some blue, some Mars black, some white, and it's also worth noting, if you look at these windows, they're pretty diverse. It isn't the same blue every time. Sometimes I use more black, sometimes I use more white, and I just try to keep them evolving. And now I'm adding in this next window, which is a good bit of extra detail. There we are. Like that a lot. Then you can take some of that, work it into pre-existing windows in just varying portions. That way it's cohesive, it all feels like it blends and matches together. There we go. We'll also get some of our brighter pink. So I'll take some titanium white, a little bit of red. We do have some purple on our brush still from our previous applications, and we'll just pick a couple of these and we'll add some highlight to them. It's just a little tap. Because they're facing the light, they're going to get more of a reflection and this really beautiful effect. I'm also being fairly loose with it. Can throw a hint of it in these just to see what it looks like. I like that. It's not too much, but it definitely diversifies them. I don't think we'll go any farther than that though. I skipped that window just for diversity's sake. So with that, let's work on the right-hand side of this building. So here when we get up close, we can see that this is really just a series of small markings, and something I'm really aiming to do in this lesson is show you what these applications look like from a further perspective and a closer one. That way you do get to see when it looks a bit more painterly and a bit more realistic. With that, I'm mixing up more of the purple that we used here on this area, and now I'm going to apply that over here and just cover up all of the white that we have remaining between our buildings. And there should be, I was going to say another building down here, but I don't think there is. I just didn't finish painting that one in, so that's okay. We will do that right now. I'll grab some Mars Black, some blue, titanium white, primary red. It's nice and dark, has a hint of purple. You can see that we were very close, and you know what, I'll actually move this building in just a bit because I noticed in the reference photo this one actually doesn't protrude all that much. We don't really get to see that much of its side. So there we go. Now I'm going to put that brush down, grab this one, grab blue, and we'll do the incorporation of more windows over to the right hand side. Starting to get a bit more loose with my applications. So it's worth noting that generally when I do scenes like this, and I do want to work with a little more of a loose stroke, I try to make the middle of it a bit more sharp, and then as I get towards the edges, especially the top edges and the bottom corners, I try to get more loose. So we're going to start seeing that progressively more this way. But I'm going to now show you what this amalgamation of strokes looks like from and afar, because I think it's always just so interesting how that visually changes. So this is essentially what all of those marks look like from about 4 or 5 feet away, and I think that this is just a friendly reminder that you don't have to make everything absolutely perfect. Again, try to make that base layer fairly sharp, fairly purposeful, but recognize that when we're working with all of these different windows and applications, you can get a little bit more loose and it isn't something you need to stress about. So with that, let's head into this next building and have some more fun. So for this next building, I'm going to take a 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to take quite a bit of Mars Black, a little bit of blue, about half the amount of red that we used of blue, and a hint of titanium white, but we're getting very dark at this point. This is by far the darkest pigment that we have on our palette, and we're going to just block in some diagonal applications here for what will be inset windows. Now these are going to be extra dark because they are inset. We have lots of shadows and protrusions kind of blocking the light. So we're just starting with this very basic base layer. And these are all going to essentially occur at the same interval. So we're always jumping the same amount of space in between each. We're looking at the side of the building right now, which is why we have the angle. And as you can see, my pigment's actually quite transparent. That's why you can see the white of the canvas through it. And that's just because I have so much water on my brush right now. And I purposefully did that just so I would be able to create these nice sharp lines for our base layer. There we go. Do one more. This one's a little off, but that's okay. We can just cover that up when we go ahead and do that. But the next step is painting these windows. Now these are facing the opposite direction of the light, and they're also inset, so these are going to be extra dark. So I'm just going to fill all of these in. I'm going to wait for it to dry. I'm going to apply a second layer. That way it's nice and thick. And then we'll start painting some bricks for the first time. That'll be a lot of fun. So now that we have all of our windows in place, I'm going to mix up a darker blue, so quite a bit of blue, about an equal mixture of Mars Black. I'll add a hint of red, just because our blue does lean to the green side, and by adding the red we make it a bit warmer. So there, it's extremely dark. Now add some extra titanium white, desaturate it a little bit, and make it slightly brighter. This will be a great base layer color for what we're doing right here. So yet again, we're just kind of filling in these spaces using this pigment. I'm working edges first, and we'll go in and add our bricks on top of this. But we just need a good thick base layer to start with. Much like the bottom of the buildings, we don't necessarily intend to see those applications in the end, but they make the finished applications look so much more complete. There you go. Yet again, I'm using a lot of water on the brush, so I will need to do 2 layers, but it's worth it to get what we want. I'm also going to move in and do the back of the building with a slightly darker version of what we have there. So we're almost moving into a black. There you go. It's a bit darker, it's a bit less saturated, and we'll just start filling that in as well. So now that we have all of those easy base layers blocked in, I'm going to mix a bit more of this blue. So we'll take some blue, we'll take some black, we'll take some white, mix those together, and that looks quite close. So from here, you can see these black strips that we have. We're actually going to go into those. We're going to start on the edge of the building, and we're going to start separating these larger, darker rectangles, like that. I'm applying very minimal amounts of pressure. They aren't always going to be perfectly down. I'm okay with that. Again, I think if you stress about those sorts of things while painting a cityscape, you're probably going to get discouraged when you can render a really, really beautiful scene with the inclusion of the odd little straight line. That one was a little too stray. Going back over them a couple of times, see that I'm dragging from blue into blue. That way it doesn't have an awkward stop at the top or bottom. And I'm going over it a couple of times. If you feel like you go over something you shouldn't, you can always go back, grab more Mars black, blue, hint of titanium white, and work that back in. So now we're going to take our 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. We are going to take some Mars black, a little bit of blue, titanium white, and we want to mix something that's slightly brighter than our last mixture, but not much. And this is actually a fantastic lesson in general in painting, and that's sometimes you go over a subject a second time with a very similar value or color, as you can see here. Not because you want a stark contrast, but because you want an incredibly subtle one. And that's what we're looking for. In the very least, even if this barely shows up, what we'll get is a brushstroke that looks a little bit different and makes the piece significantly more interesting. So here you can see I'm actually making incredibly small applications with a pigment that is incredibly close to our initial pigment. And you can occasionally make a couple of them a bit brighter, like that. But we want the majority of them to be significantly darker. Don't be afraid to go to the edges. And we want to switch up this dark blue a couple of times and be playful with it. So you know what? I'll actually make it darker again. Add some extra Mars black. We're changing this value very subtly each time. I might leave a little bit of black in between the various stones. But again, we want this to be quite subtle. It's also important to keep your brush relatively damp, because that's what's going to keep the edges nice and sharp. We can also move this over into the darker blue. That way we keep that pattern going. However, of course, we're going to be doing so on the angle of the windows. So let's make a slightly darker one to go on top of the blue. Good. So again, the big lesson here is that all of your applications don't have to be incredibly stark. They don't really have to stand out all that much. Sometimes the most beautiful little pieces of a painting are these incredibly small details we take for granted, but subconsciously make a big impact. There we go. I'm also going to take this opportunity to mix up a pigment very close to that of the inset windows. And I'm just going to create a little bit of a line on the bottoms and tops. This is a relatively common theme. We don't want to do it to all of our buildings, but we did it to this one, and we'll do it to this one as well. I'm also going to separate the middle area right there and imply that there's a bit of a shelf and a protruding piece. Now we're going to take our larger 1-inch flat-headed brush. We'll grab some of our primary red, some of our blue, and I want to mix a color and a value that's very similar to what we have on the side of this building here, that brighter but darker blue, and I just want it to be slightly more purple. So I'm looking for something that is essentially that level of brightness, but with additional red in it. We'll give that a try on here actually, and the value seems to match quite well, so I'm happy with this. I'm going to start working in the middle of this building. There are a couple of darker pieces that I'll just map out, and as you can tell right now, my pigment is very watery. It's notable because you can see the canvas through it, but it's really allowing me to stretch this so I can map in everything that I want to right now, and then I can come back in a minute and give it a nice thick layer. It's also worth noting that it looks significantly brighter than it actually is because it's as thin as it is. So you can see the canvas through it, which is white, and that makes it look a lot brighter. We're also going to use this same color right up here. And you know what? We'll also have a line of it up here as well. Good. We're also going to map our darker areas right now. So I'll take some extra Mars Black, work that in. Fill in all of these light white spots. First layer is a bit more messy. That is okay. Remember, because it is as thin as it is, we will have to go back and continue to play with it. Add more. I'm also just going to continue the top of this building with this dark pigment, and we'll go over it with some highlights later on. We're essentially just doing a good number of vertical strokes up there, So that'll be quite easy. And we won't have to redraw that in. So we might as well just get a good dark base layer. And at this point, it's becoming quite evident that the center of the painting is emitting light. These buildings in the back significantly brighter. They're getting a lot of that reflective light. And as we get closer to us, things are getting significantly darker. It's going to really draw the eye in towards the middle as the eye naturally goes to the brightest point of any painting or picture. And so everything's kind of just going according to plan. With that said, this is very watery. If we went and worked on it right now, it might be a little bit difficult to build up a lot of paint because that would mix with that new paint and we'd probably still get something kind of semi-transparent. So I'm going to give that maybe 2 minutes to dry. I'll fill it in with some thick paint and then we'll hop into the next step together. So as you can see, we waited for that to dry and then I applied this very thick layer of more of a dark purple, which as you can see, actually makes a really big difference. When you have a lot of water, it's very transparent, you see the white through it. When you don't have an excess of water, you get these thick layers that do look significantly more similar to what you actually have on your palette. So I just filled that in. Now I'm back to that 1-inch flat-headed brush, making sure it's nice and damp. Going to mix up more of this pigment. So we'll take some red, we'll take significantly more blue than red. Put those two together. We already have something nice and dark. Mars Black, make it extra dark, and I think I actually need some additional blue in here. Then we'll grab a hint of titanium white. That's probably a bit too bright. That's why we generally take in smaller increments. That way we get to test our mixes. So here we have what I think should work. I'll apply it to the edge here. Test it. Looks good. So now I'm going to work my way up the top of this, and I'm going to create a series of these protruding pieces that catch more light. And there's about an equal distance between all of them. It's also worth noting that I'm still making these strokes for the most part in a series of strokes rather than one long movement to help with consistency. And the stroke width, the actual mark itself, is about the same width of the space we leave in between each mark. So just an easy way of thinking about it and going about it in the process, if you don't want to draw it back on like I didn't. So it's very subtle, but that's exactly what we want in this area. And of course, if you feel like you need to go back in and kind of darken any of these spaces in between or just fix it up, you can always just take some extra Mars Black, work that down into the bottom, and fix up whatever you'd like. I'm actually quite happy with this though. Now we're hopping over to the other side of our canvas with the 1/2-inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to start by mixing a medium value purple. So I'm using a fairly even mixture of red and blue, grabbing quite a bit of titanium white and a small amount of Mars Black, because Mars Black is a significantly stronger pigment than that purple, and we just don't need that much. Now my goal was to make something similar to what we have here, and it looks like we did achieve that. So I'm just applying this first application in here. I'm simplifying what we have in the reference photo a little bit just because I feel like it's a little overcomplicated for something this far back in our piece. And now I'm going to make it slightly darker, so more Mars Black, but not too much. We don't want anything too dark in the distance here. We want to save those dark values for the foreground, but we want something that shows that this is facing the street and therefore is getting more light than what we have right there. So that should do it. I do want windows on it, but I'm not going to add those just yet. Instead, we're going to take this pigment, we're going to head down, leave a little spot, and we'll just mark that as an area not to use. Then we'll grab some extra titanium white, and we'll make this brighter than what we have over here. I want it to be cohesive. I want it to be apparent that it is a different building, but I still want to use very similar colors and values. So by sticking with that initial mix, we keep things relatively easy. So close. There we go. Like that. Bring that in. And this top area right there is quite a bit brighter. Extra titanium white, a little bit of red, a little bit of blue. There we are. Like that a lot. Now that we've given the back of our first building a little bit of time to dry, I'll switch to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. Move some titanium white over there, a little bit of blue, a little bit of Mars black, not much. Mix a darker grayish blue. And with this, we'll just work in some windows. Like that. We'll have room for 10 or 11. But as you can see, they really aren't receiving much light because of the way they're facing, and so we're going to keep them quite subtle. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to move into our next building, and for that, we are grabbing a larger brush. I'm heading back to the 1/2 inch. Starting to work with a bit more speed. And this building is actually quite interesting because it's a reflection of this building for the most part. So we actually want the darker blue that we used for the windows. So we'll grab some Mars black, blue, white, more blue, more white. And at this point I'm just trying to mix something that I think will match what we have here, which I'll now test. And what I have is too dark. So, more white, more blue. Test again, and that's it. So, we're just going to begin on our edge. Work in the other edge. And I'll do this all the way to the top of the building, so I'll zoom out so you can see where that starts and stops. So I'm just going to continue here by mapping the front of our building. You can see I'm really moving my hand around a lot. Brush is fairly damp right now, and I'm using as little pressure with my brush as I possibly can. The more pressure we add here, the more of a large stroke we'll get. And if we have to add a lot of pressure to get that stroke on there, it's an issue because it means we don't have enough pigment or water. See that I'm continuously changing how I'm holding my brush and what angle I'm approaching the canvas from. This is a line that really matters because it's a very distinct contrast against the sky, and you want it to be fairly clean. Sometimes in different bricks or in different windows you can be a bit more loose, and it's all very dependent on the subject and what's around it. here we don't have a lot of room for error. So I'll just finish the edge here, and now I will fill in the rest, and we'll talk right after that. Now, as you can see, I actually went all the way to the top, but the reflection changes right about there. So we're now going to instigate that change. We're going to take some titanium white, a little bit of our red, about an equal mixture of our blue, and we're trying to mix this color that we have right there. I think it's going to be slightly darker, so we'll add in Mars Black, and I think I'll test this. Might still be too bright, but it might be close. Oh, we are extremely close. Okay, just needs a hint more blue. There we go, and that should do it. Good. So, with this, we're going to come right across and work on that reflection. This is a highly reflective building. The entirety of this side here is made up of windows, and so we're just going to see this on the other side. So I'm going to take this line, I'm going to come over here, and we're just going to put that in. So we're following what we've done before. Seem to have missed one. I'm going over here first, and then I'm working over to the right. It's kind of like sketching. You're making a practice line. And it just makes the process so much easier. After a certain point, you will lose that on this side. You might just see hints of it. So you can start making your own intervals, but at this point you've had a lot of practice. There we are. Now, if you want, you can make them more visually dramatic by going over them again, but you don't have to. This is purely up to you. I think it actually looked quite nice subtle, but I was interested in seeing how it would look like this. Now, the top here is also quite interesting because it's more of a reflection of the sky, which is exceedingly bright. So take a lot of titanium white, a hint of our red. We do want something a bit darker, so I'll grab a hint of our previous mixture. And let's hope this is darker than the sky. You can leave a slight edge, but I don't want to leave much of one. And this is generally something to avoid, leaving an edge like that in a painting, because you don't want outlines. This is a very specific case and not something to be repeated regularly. I'm only doing it because the reference photo calls for it. But there we go. It's a good front to our building. Now, the side to the building here is actually quite interesting. It's fairly open, it's fairly bright, we have some real lights in it, and we're going to start here with a pigment that's quite close to that, which we actually already have a lot of, which is fantastic. So I'll start by just mixing a purple, grab a lot of titanium white, definitely need more red in the mix. I still have a bit of that mixture, the initial one right down at the bottom, which I'm frequently checking with. Just keep mixing until you get what you want. And this will be slightly darker, so this should work. And I'm actually going to apply this at the top to begin with. Come in from this side. And I'm covering a bit more than I need to. You know what? To make this easy, I'm actually just going to fill this in until we get to the point right here where we'll get significantly darker. We can be a bit more loose with this line because the building that we'll paint right beside it will cover up any loose paint. So we'll just bring that down to there. Then we'll just apply some horizontal strokes for the actual building, and everything in between it will be windows. Kind of figuring it out, at least portions of it, as I go. When I turn off the camera, generally I do take a look at the reference photo. I figure out, okay, this is what we'll do next, this is how we'll do it. But I think it's also good to show you kind of how we figure out things in the moment, how we make the decisions we do, and how we go about that. So, very happy. Now I'm going to make a darker mixture. Lots of Mars black, a little bit of titanium white, blue, red for cohesive. Applications. There we go. General dark mixture. Not super dark, but also not light. And I'll take this and I'll start creating some big windows, which again, we will soon probably apply some light in. We might save it till later. I just did a rather large cityscape and I found that I really liked the process of adding the lights in at the same time at the end. That way I can make sure they were well balanced. So we might do that. But I'm just going to go ahead, fill these in, and then if I take out any of these purple separators, I will also apply those then. So, as you can see, I filled those in, but looking at the reference photo, I did notice that these actually get darker as we move down. So, I'm going to take some of our blue, less of our red, want this to be a blue dominant purple, some Mars black, and quite a bit of titanium white, and I want to make essentially a darker version of what we have there, and that should do it. So with this, I'm just going to go and I'm going to darken the applications here at the bottom, that way they can build up to get brighter. I'm also going to take some of this darker mix, and we're going to continue that separation up here. So hypothetically, these are also windows, but they're getting the same reflected light that is. And it's pretty neat. I'll make it all the way to the top. There. Okay, I like that a lot. Before we add any more details to it, we definitely need to add actual lights to it. So I'm going to take a pause on that area and we'll move into the next building. So, give you a bit of a wider shot so you can see it in its entirety, and we'll proceed. Now this next building right here, I'm looking at the photo and it actually has a lot of really sharp, small detail, quite similar actually to this one, and I decided not to incorporate it in this one because we had a really busy building here, we had a busy building here, and I just didn't want that area as a whole to get overcomplicated, so this was kind of a little space to breathe. And I think I'm going to do the same for this one. So the notable features of this building are that it's a quite dark blue, but it gets brighter as we get down towards the bottom here. So that's essentially what we're going to do. We're going to take some dark blue, some black, some titanium white. I'll test that against our other blues and dark pigments. I think it could be a bit brighter. So I'll add more titanium white to the mix. Test that about. Again, because I want more of a loose stroke in the end, I'm okay with applying this over varying pigments that we have, and I like that one a lot. So, again, we can also test it on our reference photo. Give us the most correct answer, but this will give us a very cohesive answer. So yet again, I'm starting with a fairly damp application. Think of this stage a lot like a rough sketch. You're practicing. You're making sure you want this pigment You're figuring out where you want it. You're creating those initial edges. And then once you know you really like it, you go back in and you do the more thick layer. Now, I'm actually going to bring this down a bit farther to about there. I'll make that slightly more consistent with a longer stroke. Then we'll get some red. We get some white. We have some blue on our brush already, so that'll create a bit of a mix, but we will grab some extra blue. It's more bright, it's more purple, and it's a great next step. So I'm starting this at the bottom, cutting in my edges. There isn't a lot of room, so that also filled it in. And then I'll work my way up. There we go. We'll also soften the top. But ideally, the top is darker, the bottom is brighter, and the bottom does have more of that purple. We can also just make a small hint of orange. Haven't used orange in a while, but we can make this a specialty area. And we can incorporate that right down here, just a hint of it. And I want more of a pink, so add more red, add more white. Just trying to tie these colors in a bit more, because we have more of a transition zone in this side than we do on the right hand side. So there, I'll apply that pigment. Now I'm just going to do one stroke upwards, I think. That's it. That looks like some beautiful, beautiful reflective light. Sometimes one stroke is all it takes when you're very cognizant of what you're doing and very intentional with that stroke. So far, so good. I think we will kind of take a pause on the area right here. We'll come back to that. But we'll jump into this next building because it does have quite a bit of detail, and it'll be interesting because you haven't really done a building quite like it yet. So now I've started this next building here. I just did the underside of a couple ledges. That's essentially the shadow that they're casting down. And I'm also going to be painting 3 openings in the building right here. Making multiple strokes. It's okay if they're a little bit off because when we're painting all of the areas around them, we can cover this up. But it'll be easier if we get it fairly close this first time, that way we don't have to kind of continuously redo things. Using the 1-inch flat-headed brush because it is so wide and I can cover such a large surface area. But that right there should do it. I like how that's looking. And now, we'll create something that's a bit brighter than that almost black. We'll take some titanium white, a bit of our blue, hint of our black, hint of our red. We want this to be a bluish gray dominant color. I think that's what we're looking for. So from here, start on this side of the building. It's so easy to cut around sharp edges with this brush. It's just fantastic. When I started painting, I essentially just used one brush for everything, and it was a filbert brush, so it wasn't all that sharp, and rendering detail with it was quite difficult. And it was a while before I started kind of thinking about brushes and their different utilities, the fact that they are different, that they do have areas that they're better suited for, and you can really save a lot of time and just get such clean markings if you think about it beforehand. Flat-headed brushes, great for sharp edging, things like mountains, edges of trees, buildings. Then you have round-headed brushes, which are much more soft, feathered, and they're great for things like clouds, mist, fog, sometimes water. Then you have pointed round brushes and liner brushes, which are great for almost drawing and sketching sharp areas that are just a bit too difficult to get with a flat-headed brush. You have things like fan brushes for consistent strokes. I'm personally not a fan of the fan brush. I feel like it's generally used to create a randomized aesthetic, but it inherently is fairly symmetrical in its design. And so I feel like it doesn't really achieve its goal as well as it could, which is why I generally use more of a distressed old brush. But it's just good to know that you have lots of different options and things to play with. With that said, I think it's also really important to note that by using the same brush for the entirety of your painting, you'll get a really interesting, cohesive look to it. It'll look stylized, but you can accomplish great things like that. So if it's how you prefer to work, you're more than welcome to work in that way. Here I'm just going over things a couple of times, making sure they're nice and sharp. And I'll probably go over this with a slightly brighter pigment. Don't want it much more saturated though, so I'm using more white and black than I am blue. And that's much better. So I'm just going to fill this in, and I will see you in a second. So now I have that edge of the building filled in with significantly more thick paint, and we're going to head to the side of it. Now this is actually quite interesting because on the photo it's quite prevalent that this is actually the brightest point of the building, which is fairly counterintuitive. The light's over here, it's coming this way. Why is that area so bright? Honestly, I don't have a good answer for you. Perhaps it's because there's a real opening in the street and you're getting a lot of reflected light from this building onto this one from the sky. That's my best guess. But it is one of those things that you could make darker because it makes intuitive sense, or you could make it brighter as it's suggested, as it's presented in real life, and therefore make something that's a bit more interesting. And I think that's what I'm going to opt for here. I think that a lot of the interest in cityscapes does come from things that we can't immediately figure out, things that we don't immediately think of. So I'm going to take that blue that we used, move a little bit of it over there, that way we have it as a reference, and we can play with it. I'm going to try to make something slightly brighter. Not too much, but slightly. I'll also add in some extra red, because hypothetically, if it's because of reflections from the sky, we'll have more of that pink in there for sure. Red, of course, has a darker value though than our white, so we'll have to throw in a bit more. And now this is our initial color with our new color. We'll give it a try. I like it. That works. That works well. So now, going to cut along our edges. If I'm a little messy over this building, that's okay. We do have to paint it in its entirety, so we will be going over that area yet again with thick paint. Also, it's best to overlap your previous applications a little bit than to avoid them and have a little bit of white in between. Something a lot of beginners don't initially realize. Just have this go down. We'll also work that pigment up. And it'll cover up the little white spot. So, Now we have a good start to the building, but yet again, we are getting closer to us, and this building has some larger stone. So much like the brick over here, we're going to incorporate some of those additional applications on this one. So I'm going to take the 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to make a slightly brighter version of that purple. Going to ground my hand with my pinky. Going to create a plethora of horizontal lines. This is just highlight, sunlight, reflected light, catching the tops of the rocks. Now if you look at the back of the brush, the top third of it, you'll see the color of the pigment, and you notice that it's darker on the canvas, and that's just because it's blending with our initial application, which is darker. That's okay. As per usual, if we want it to be brighter, we can go back in once it's dry with more pigment. Letting it dissipate as we get towards the bottom here because we have less of that light from the top. And then I'll just work my way up. There we go. Nice, quick, easy. And now we'll go back into there and continue with some more blues. So this time we'll take the blue that we have and we'll just add titanium white to it. Again, nice and easy. Might be a little bit bright. We will know very soon. Going to do a couple to test it. I think that it could be darker, but I also don't mind how bright it is. At this point, I'm not making any actual stroke with the brush. I'm just tapping, moving, and I'm doing this because if I were to move the brush across the canvas, I would be applying pressure and the bristles on the canvas would expand and I wouldn't be getting these incredibly small markings. Now this area is going to start to get interesting because we have all of the visual obstructions in our vertical or in the openings in the building here. So I'm going to go over them. I'm going to go over all of them. I'm okay with that. We'll add them in later. Just checking my perspective. You can tell that they're also looking less and less tight as we get down here. And that is because when things are farther away, they look more condensed. You get higher up, you get farther away. It's pretty amazing how much paint we've been able to get in this application, because we aren't smearing it around, we're applying it minimally and delicately, and we're getting a lot out of it. There we go. Now we'll switch back to that very dark pigment, probably mix a bit more of it. And we'll fill these in again. If the color for the stone is still wet, it will make this less dark and you might want to give it a minute, let it dry, and then come right back to it. Now we're going to start working on this larger building over here, and much like this one, it's quite dark, and we're going to begin with a lot of Mars black, small bit of blue, small bit of red, small bit of titanium white. Mix this up consistently together, and then I'll start painting more of these very linear lines They're vertical, they're going to be, in the end, fairly straight. Again, because I'm painting on either side of this, I'm not too concerned about it right now, but the more straight we can get it initially, the easier it'll be in a couple of minutes. And we're bringing that down to right about there. Yeah. Just going to use the corner of my brush to mark in the bottoms. You'll notice that the intervals in between each of these inset areas is essentially the same width as the inset areas themselves. And these areas are again just darker because the light is having a harder time getting to them. Going to continue over here. And then together we'll work on the next application. This is just a pretty repetitive part of the process. So once we have our dark pigment applied, we're going to take what we have on our palette, add some extra titanium white, extra red, extra blue, and we're just going to create a slightly brighter variant of that pigment. From this angle it's quite apparent. The difference should be relatively similar to what we have here. Could be a little bit brighter. So we'll add extra titanium white. Remember, we do this slowly in stages. Red and blue. And that's much better. So now I'll head over to my edge. You can see that it's actually quite close here to the color that we have on the building to the left. It's not necessarily a good thing, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It does have a slight blend of values, so it doesn't stand out to a great extent, but you're going to have that in cities. It's not always going to be this high contrast situation, and it's good to remember that. You do have the option of making it darker, should you want to, in this area, but I think for now I'm actually going to leave it. And you know what I'll probably do? I'll probably progressively make it darker as we move towards the right. We're moving farther away from the light, therefore it makes sense, but also it'll naturally create a vignette and draw that eye back to the middle of the painting. So there we go. Now I'll make sure my brush is nice and damp. I'll interject some extra Mars black into our mixture, so we're already darkening it for this next one. There we go. Making my brush damp yet again, adding more black. And now things are starting to really visually meld. And we have a good progressive gradient. One more time. Brush is damp. More Mars black. And let's finish this off strong. There we are. I think I'm actually going to take some titanium white, some red, a little bit of blue, and I'm going to mix up a slightly highlighted version of what we have here. I'm just going to add a slight sheen to the edge of the building. So I'm trying this initially. As you can see, the value is slightly brighter. The mix is slightly more red, but it's still not all that noticeable. So, added titanium white. We'll do two little additions. And that right there is quite prominent. Could have gotten away with one. Not concerned about it. And I'm doing a slight blend inwards. Now it stands out a bit more from that building, but not greatly. And it still feels cohesive with the rest of them because we progressively made them darker. It just looks like this one's a bit brighter. It's also worth noting that for the most part when I am initially applying all of these applications I am just kind of tapping them on, but there are occasions where I do feel it's advantageous to drag. It's very situational. Move a bit of it in here. Running out of paint as I go, which is making it less and less dark. And now I'm just getting a bit more loose with my stroke, because in the end I do want this to be a bit more of a loose painting. So as we step back, we can see a somewhat completed version of the top of the painting. I am going to want to head back in there a bit later on, touch some things up, add some additional lights, and also add some more loose strokes to kind of get more of a cohesive look with the bottom, because I do want to do a lot of that with a bit more of a loose look. So now we're going to hop into that building right there and have some fun. So we're going to start working on this right here. I'm using the 1/2 inch flat-headed brush, making sure it's nice and damp. And I'm going to start by going from the top downwards. Now this building, it's actually something I just kind of wanted to put in there. It's not in the reference photo. I just wanted a different type of building with a different height and some interesting dimensions. So we can really do whatever we want with this one. I'm going to start by making this part of the building quite reflective, so it gets a lot of pink here, just like that. I like that a lot actually. That's good. Now we'll make the back of it slightly darker, so I'll add some Mars Black. Just work with those nice sharp edges provided by our brush. There we go. We have a sign right here. I'll use some of this dark pigment for the side of it. And for the front, I think we'll get really creative with color. We'll grab some blue, hint of red, not much, quite a bit of titanium white, a little bit of Mars Black, and we'll make it one of our few blue subjects. Just like that. We can come back in a bit later, add some extra lights, maybe some wording to it. But it's a nice little splash of color to make the blue buildings in the background a bit more cohesive. Now we're going to jump into here. We'll make that quite dark, so I'll grab some Mars Black, titanium white, red, blue. The more you do cityscapes like this, the more you'll kind of have a better understanding of how buildings work, how to make original buildings, and you'll be able to take more artistic liberties. I do feel like reference photos make cityscapes look natural because we inherently just kind of simplify subjects in our heads, and then we do things repetitively. And that's kind of the danger of working without a reference photo. But the more you do something, the more you understand it, the more you're able to deviate from it and create your own. So in this scenario, I've been doing a couple of cityscapes as of late, and through that, I felt confident in this one enough to create my own building here. So I did probably 20 that I saw. That way I knew they were correct and the foundation of the painting would be correct, but I'm also now able to interject something that I myself find really captivating, and I can be a bit more inventive with it. So don't feel limited by working with something of that nature, because eventually you'll understand the subjects well enough to deviate and create some really interesting things. With that, as you can see, I'm really running out of pigment here. I just mapped out what I could with the rest of the watery pigment on my brush. Now I'm heading back in here, filling this out, building it up. That'll definitely take another layer, but I do want a brighter version of it. Not that bright. Mars black, red, blue. Bit more blue, bit more white. Make this the part of the building facing the street. So it's brighter than this, but it's darker than this. And we can see a little bit of it between these. Good. Now I'll paint the front. And I'm actually going to move that in front of a couple of these buildings. Now this area down here, again, it's going to become very visually complicated in just a little bit. We're going to be adding cars, people, maybe vendors, different things. So don't worry about that all too much. It again is more of a place that we're going to really cover. Building a bit more of the pink that we used up here, and I'll throw that up there to begin with, and I'll create another top. That way these two are cohesive and they fit together. Now I'll take some Mars black, not pure Mars black, but something fairly dark. We'll add in a little doorway back here. Maybe we'll create some blue windows. You can see I'm kind of just grabbing colors from everywhere at this point, trying to create something that's going to be cohesive in the painting. That's just slightly different from what we have, and that's exactly what I wanted here. So that's great. We can also take that pigment and work another window right here, maybe another one right there. Diversifying our building. We have two different types of windows as well. It's important to recognize. And I'm going to want this to be a larger window, but I want that to be more of an orangey yellow. So I'm going to wait a minute there, and I think we'll also grab a bit of a darker pigment, and we'll create a shadow underneath this piece of protruding building. Something we picked up from the other buildings we were painting. If you learn something from every building you paint, you'll be able to amalgamate it into your own really neat pieces. So that's just what we're trying to do here. Like that a lot. Good. Now, I'm going to go back and fill this in again because it was relatively thin. We used quite a bit of water to get those sharp edges, and now that it's dry, we can go back over it and really build it up. Might have to do this a couple of times. Now we're going to head over here and finish up some of those smaller buildings. So I'm back to the 1-inch flat-headed brush, grabbing some Mars black, bit of our blue, hint of our red, just creating a dark pigment for the top of this building right here, which is very, very easily applied. This is also a pigment that's going to be useful right inside here. So I'm just going to apply that now. And this is kind of a portion of the painting where things are starting to get a little broken up. So this building starts here, it ends down here. That means I know that I can bring this pigment down to there. And we have a little bit over our bus and over our track. That's okay. Now, we are going to take that dark pigment, like that. I'm going to take some titanium white, brighten it up. I'm going to add some reflective, nice warm light into it, so extra red. Looks pretty good. I believe it was more blue in the reference photo, but I feel like we have a lot of blue right there. I want something slightly more distinctive. So we're aiming to do that. Bringing that down. Remember, this one's fairly far away, so we don't need too much detail in it, but we will take some extra titanium white, brighten it up. I'm going to create an interesting side that we haven't done. So we have this highlight essentially boxing in the shadow on the side of the building that's facing us. You can also take that and add it to the top here, just give it some reflective light. So far so good. And I think I'm going to add some highlighted pink to it, just so it has some light reflecting from back here and these more pink buildings. So I'll just add that to the corner. And I won't do too much of a blend or anything, it's just a nice soft addition. We'll also finish this blue building down at the bottom. So blue, black, white, hint of red. We're essentially in a section that feels a lot like touch-ups because we're kind of continuing buildings that we've already done. So we know what we're doing for the most part. So it can be a bit more of a quick process. That said, if you find that you're getting a little bit confused or starting to struggle, slow it down. Nothing wrong with taking your time in painting. And I think some of the absolute best paintings came from very large amounts of deliberate strokes. There we are. So now we'll head over into this next building right here. Can be a set or series of them. I think we'll start with something quite dark. This is too purple for the extension of this building, so we'll need more blue, black, white, more white, more blue. There we go. You might have heard a little bit of questioning in the inflection in that, and there was certainly question. A lot of this is intuitive, but a lot of it you just kind of need to think on your feet or on your chair if you happen to be sitting like I am, and that's okay. Nothing wrong with that as long as you get to where you want to go. I think I'm actually going to extend this a bit higher. I'm going to make an even darker version of it despite the fact that it's already quite dark. Connect that right there. I am deviating a little bit from the reference photo here. Again, I just had some ideas. You're more than welcome to work from my version or it, or the traceable. All of which should get you in a good place. Now more blue, white, red, hint of that black. Add a highlight to this, just a little one. And you know what, maybe we'll continue those lines that we had to a point down here. Very subtle though. I'll also now take an almost pure Mars black, mixing it with a bit of our blue, and I'll continue those 3 vertical strokes. There. Now it really fits in. It's also worth noting that it's very reflective right now. Acrylic paint is innately quite reflective, so you don't actually see it all the time correctly. Sometimes you need to wait for it to dry to see how dark it actually is, because when it's as reflective as it is right now, it can look a little bit dark. Something else you can do is you can put down your palette, put down your brush, and move around the room, or move your canvas, because you'll see that light reflects on it in different ways, and you can kind of have a better view of what it actually looks like rather than waiting for it to fully dry. It's entirely up to you, different ways of working. But with that, I think I'm going to take the 1/2 inch flat-headed brush, make a bit of a brighter purple, like that. And I think we'll actually work this into that dark pigment. There we go. That looks much better. Again, it's very reflective, so it's difficult to see the color right now, but it's one of those things you just kind of need to trust. I'm also going to make a bit more of a pink building to match these. So grab some red, some white, hint of black. I'm going to paint this right here. Going to have it extending out farther than this building and then coming on top of it. Continue that down here to the bottom. It's pretty interesting. Might make it a bit darker though. Start those dark pigments at the bottom. Work them up. Playing with trial and error here till we get something we really like. Okay, so now we have a dark gray base. Let's go back to the pink and add some highlight to it. You can work both ways. There we are. Now I'm just going to take those mixes and continue them right down until we meet our bus again. We'll make them a bit darker though. We don't need as much detail because we'll have a lot of detail in here. But we can take a bit of our blue, Mars black, titanium white. And I'll just follow down those main more blue lines, leaving the almost black to be the inset area. Now we're going to work on a very detailed area, and so I'm going to switch to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush, and I'm going to mix up a purple fairly similar to that. So start with some red, some blue, grab some white, probably a bit more white than that, and some black. See how close we get with this one? It's a little bit brighter. I'm actually okay with that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start the next stage of this building by creating the top line right here of a protruding piece of it. Then I'll work on the bottom line, and now I start to get into the complicated area. And that's working around all of these lights on the street. So I'm going to be fairly delicate, but I'm also going to recognize that these lights are going to be painted later. So if I go over them a little bit, that's okay. I need to retain where they are to make later slightly more simple. So we'll just fill that in. There might be a couple areas at the top that don't have any pigment. We will go back and fix that up in a minute, but from there I'm going to take some Mars black, make our mixture a bit darker, maybe a bit more blue, and then I'll create the underside to this. So here we have that shelf effect again. This shows that it is protruding, it creates a three-dimensional subject, and it makes it significantly more interesting. There we are. Now, I'm heading back to the brighter variant of this mixture. I'm going to mix up significantly more pigment because we do have quite a bit of space to work on top of. So I'll start with that, grab a hint of Mars Black, work that in, and we'll give this a shot. So yet again, we are finding the edge of our building. This is going to be slightly in from that. It's a little bit darker, but it's brighter than the shadow color for the shelf area. Then we're using the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush because it is significantly smaller, but it does have that nice sharp edge which will help us cut around all of our non-organic edges. There we go. Quite a bit of paint built up on this one, so I'm just getting that off. You can see that my strokes are very much varying. We're going from horizontal to vertical, occasionally diagonal, just trying to get it to be the best it can be. Now here obviously quite a bit of the light standard is lost, but I am okay with that. And you know what, I think we'll actually go over portions of it just to make sure that we have a straight line here at the bottom, and then we'll make sure that we have a good diagonal line here too. So far so good. Now I'm going to head into this. We will make that quite a bit brighter. So I'll take some of our red, white, into blue. Make this very reflective. It's catching a lot of that light. This needs to be darker, so we'll grab some Mars Black, work that in. Bit more blue because we're in the shadows. You can see that it's relatively close to what we have here. Let's make it darker, significantly. That's what I want. So again, I'm going to go over the main light post at the top and the bottom, just so I get those continuously straight applications. And I'll leave the middle so I know where it is. Now we're going to continue with that 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. Take some titanium white, bit of our cadmium red light hue, get a bit more of that mixture. And now I do need more than a little bit. I'll also grab some blue. And of course we'll need just a small amount of Mars Black. We'll make the protruding piece right underneath this. So this whole area is quite interesting. It's comprised of a lot of rectangular shapes on slight angles, some of which are brighter than others. This one I actually intended to be brighter than that one, and we can bump that up quite simply by just taking some extra white, finding some still wet red. We must have some here. There we go. And we'll just throw this on the corners, the edge, the top a little bit, and I'll leave some brush strokes in there so it has a nice painterly effect. If we want to go back and add additional highlights to it later, we can. I'll also grab some Mars Black, some of our blue, bit of our red, and I'll definitely need to get more red on the palette soon. Keep playing with this. I'll make it a bit colder. And I think I like that a lot. I do. So, now we'll take this and we'll just extend backwards. Very simple. Also add a bit of that blue into this. Way it's nice and cohesive. And now we're doing the bottom here, which hypothetically is quite dark because there isn't going to be a lot of light from the sky that can come down on it. However, this building is going to have lights coming out of it. Cars are going to reflect light on it. So we're actually going to make that a bit brighter. I'll take some of our red, some of our white. There we go. And I might use a hint of that for the top here, but I'll also use the majority of it for the bottom. And we'll interject some orange in here a bit later. So there we are. Good. We'll create a darker backing for our building. Black, blue, white, hint of red. Now it's a little bit difficult to see the palette right now because we are so zoomed in, but we'll get a little bit farther out again soon. Don't you worry. So I'll bring this down to the sidewalk, working my way around our light post, but cover the top and the bottom to make sure we have the right angles, as we do. I'm really deviating from the reference photo right now, so if you are following it or the traceable, again, you can follow it, you can follow me, either of which will get you to a good place. Just recognize that I am doing things a little different right here. And I'm just creating a place for a nice window. So here we are, we've taken a couple of steps back, and remember, it's important to do this. It's so easy to get caught up in the details and to really investing a lot of time and energy into a specific spot, but if you're not taking those steps back and making sure that the piece is working cohesively, you're probably going to have to redo that piece that you've been working so hard on. So this is a friendly reminder. Get up, take 4 or 5 steps back, look at your painting, make sure it's all coming together. At this point, I'm really quite happy with this. We are almost done blocking in the majority of the buildings. All that's really left are these over here. They'll be quite similar to that. And then from there, we can start working on some really exciting things like the road itself, perhaps some lights, this right here. So things are about to get really interesting. It's important to note that cityscapes, it's one of those subjects, it's one of those types of paintings where the majority of the time spent painting is going to be on something like buildings, and it's that final 10-15% where you're adding the lights, the people, the cars, all of the things that really do add a lot of life to it and make it a really compelling piece. So we're almost there. We're going to go paint a couple more brick walls, and then we'll head right into the next step. So yet again, I'm going to grab the 1-inch flat-headed brush, some Mars Black, blue, red, and it's worth noting that the closer we get to the foreground, the more blue I'm using in our mixers than red, just because we are getting farther away from that sunset and those warm colors. So I'm just making that a bit darker. I'll add in some titanium white so that it isn't too stark. And then I will start working on the base of the building right here. Going to work through my light just to establish those nice straight lines. Start filling them in. And we'll do that up here as well. There we go. Off to a good start. I think we'll probably break this window up into a series of sections. So there'll be a top to it, there'll be a bottom, There'll be some little pieces here. There's another one hypothetically right in there somewhere, but that's okay because we won't see it. Then we'll take some extra titanium white, work that into our mixture, probably make it a bit darker and then a bit more blue. Perfect. And then we'll work on this application right up here. This is going to get significantly more interesting when we start adding in the lights from the lamps and the cars, because this will all get some nice reflective colors, but right now it's going to be a bit darker, a bit more blocky. And you could use the word bland, though it might be a little harsh. I think I'll make it slightly more blue and bright. Just make a small adjustment. Yeah. Definitely added something nice to it. There we go. Head back into the regular area with a darker mixture of that pigment because our first application was, of course, quite watery, and we just need a couple layers. If we make this quite dark, we can paint right on top of it because the pigments we'll be using will be relatively thin, and we'll still be able to see our line work. There we go. Also make an extra separation in this. Maybe have it leading out. Now that our buildings are applied, we are finally going to jump into a different subject, and that subject is going to be the road here. Now I'm going to stick with the larger flat-headed brush just for a little portion, and I'm going to start this by working on the very distinctive pieces. Now I have some things drawn out in here, and I'm actually going to start with those. So I know that this is very reflective to the point where it's almost a white. So I'll take some titanium white, move that off to the side. I'll grab just a small amount of Mars Black, and a very small amount of blue, a very small amount of red, but we want this to be predominantly almost a white. That looks quite good. So now I'll just start by working in this piece of patched road. Nice and easy. Then I have this one right here. So I know that the middle of it, by my photo, is a little bit darker. The edges are a bit more reflective. So we'll take some of that white mixture and we'll apply it to those edges initially. Like that. I'll do a slight blend in, and this is where we're going to start getting much more loose in the painting. So I'll grab some of our dark mixture, just a bit of Mars Black worked in there, and I'll start working that right into that mix. You can see I'm doing a bit of a blend into our light colors, trying to work predominantly in this horizontal stroke. I lost quite a bit of that highlight in the process, which is okay, it's expected. But I'm going to go back. Blue is starting to dry. Grab that. Work this back around those edges and in again. Now the edges are brighter. The middle is a little bit darker, but for the real detail, we'll switch to the 1/4 inch brush, make a darker portion of that mix, find out where it's really going to be prominent. It's right about here. There's a bit of a crack in it. And this is how I really like to finish off any of my changes in cement. I like to use the small brush, and I like to do these very wispy strokes, occasionally applying more and less pressure. More pressure if I want a bit of a blend, less pressure if I want it to be soft. So I guess a better way of explaining that is that I apply more pressure when I really want to move the pigment out of the way and make something stark and dramatic, and less when I want it to be a softer gradient. So that'll be the start. Very painterly. We'll add some darker pigment to the back here. Grab our highlight. And work that in. Good. Now, let's tackle the middle of the road for a second. Going to mix up more of our brighter pigment. Still using small amounts of blue and pink because they are reflecting onto the road. And there's this line essentially right here that's a bit brighter. So I'm just roughly working in that paint. Very simple. And I'm going to stop here just because that area is going to be a bit more complicated. And then I notice that there's also a bit of highlight over here on the road. Yeah. So I'll take that extra pigment off my brush, make sure it's nice and damp, create a darker variant of that pigment, make it a bit more blue. It's probably a little bit too dark. We'll add more white. And that's just right. So now we'll work along the edges of these reflective highlights. This is going to be a sharp edge. These are going to be more tapped edges. You can see just how loosely I'm working. You can aim for a perfect gradient, but I want more texture in the road. I want to show that this road has been driven on. I want to show that it's been worked on. There are patchy areas. Making a darker edge around the lighter strip to make it more visually definitive. It's important to instigate some sharper applications when we are being this loose. It's all about finding that balance. And then there is a row of broken lines here. So I'm just creating those edges, and then like that we can create those. We'll come back later with some highlighted pigment and really make them fit in with the rest of the piece. There we are. Now the highlighted area has probably started to dry by now. It has on mine, and it's giving me a bit more of a granular texture, which I'm actually really okay with because the road itself has a granular look. So it's not a bad thing here, not at all. We'll head over to this side, and I am going to make this slightly darker because we're moving away from the center of the road. Get slightly less reflected light. Still working sharply around that. I'll work sharply around our sidewalk. There's a highly reflective strip on the street of orange right about here, so I'll leave that for now. And right now we're just putting in the base layer, so it isn't all that colorful. We're not really working with any blends right now. We're just getting something on the canvas. We will, however, now make more. We'll make it more blue, and we'll start building it up now that we know we have something we like. You can see that I'm skipping areas. I'm jumping a lot with my brush. We'll take hints of this and work it over here. And we'll also take some this darker pigment and we'll map out the bottom here as well. Here we'll have some light strips, so I'll avoid those. And normally I'm heavily against taking pigment and just scraping it into the canvas like this. You can see I'm moving my brush in a circular motion sometimes, and then I'm switching to strokes. Generally, I would avoid that. It makes your layers thin, it makes your layers granular, it creates uneven blends. But this is one subject that really excels when it's introduced to all of those techniques. So it's a great reminder that just because generally we're told not to do something doesn't mean that we can't break that rule one day and that it'll actually be quite advantageous for our piece. Here I'm mixing up quite a bit of that darker gray. And I'm actually going to leave my mix slightly inconsistent here. Normally you see me mix it till it's a consistent application. This time, I'm not going to do that. I want it to be a bit more random. I want to occasionally pick up a different color I didn't expect. Have some interesting light reflecting in here. You can see it's much more blue dominant right now. There's actually a line right there. I shouldn't have covered that up. That's okay though. Just work on the bottom. And while I love this color and this value, it's important to remember that just because you love it doesn't mean that it's the only thing that should be there. We should go back in a little bit and start diversifying this. I'll also take a bit of it, work it into the darker areas here in our road. You can see that I'm jumping around with it a lot as well. Let's give it some extra red. That way it fits with this a bit better. And we're just going to build our road through a series of these layers until we get what we want. Now at this point I think it is becoming quite evident that we are going to have to go back and work on the middle there. Make it a slightly darker value, so I'll just take some titanium white. Work that into our mixture. This is really taking that saturation down as well as the value, which is going to make the highlights pop even more. So not a bad thing at all. Again, here I'm trying to avoid that for the most part. If it's not perfect, that's okay. We are going to go back and repaint it anyway. Same goes for these openings in the road. So you see how that's still a bit brighter? That's still a bit darker. Grab more titanium white. Fix this one up. There we go. We'll also fix the back of this up with that same pigment. We'll start creating these. which I will play with quite a bit. Then I'll also take some of that highlight and move it forward into here. This area is also a bit brighter. Don't be afraid to get playful. See how I'm connecting that highlight from the back to the front? So here, yet again, we have another really wide shot, and I wanted to take this opportunity because we are working on an area that it's really filled with loose strokes, loose applications, and you don't have those clean blends that look fantastic up close. Instead, you get something that does look a bit messy, but it's important to remember that we're not painting for the viewer to look at the painting, half a foot away. We're painting for it to exist in a room where someone can look at it from a couple of feet away. And currently, you are 3-4 feet away, and this is what it starts to look like. So it all comes together when you take a couple of steps back, and it's important to not get discouraged. And I would recommend that you frequently, in this process, do take those steps back so you can see what's too bright, what's too dark, and start fixing it up that way. With that said, we are going to get really close again. We're going to sharpen the edges on some of these, and we're going to continue just doing what we're doing. So here we are, we're back, we're up close, things are a little messy, and remember, from afar it's not that way, but the way you get away with things looking messy with your strokes is by creating some subjects that are extremely strict and clean looking. So with our buildings, we went about this in the opposite way. We started with a very strict and clean look to them. We watched our edges, we made sure that things were very correct. And later, we'll go ahead and we'll break them. We'll start losing more, or rather using more loose strokes, and we'll really play. We're approaching the street here in the opposite way. We started with a very loose application, and now we're transitioning into something that is a bit more refined to give the loose strokes credibility. What it essentially does is it tells the audience, the viewer, that yes, there are loose applications in the painting, but you as a painter understand that, and you are fully capable of creating sharper applications. So it kind of gives some validity to the piece and the artist when you have the mixture of the two. Not that when you're painting you should necessarily paint for validity or anything of that matter. Paint to make yourself happy, paint because you care about what you're creating. But it's one of those things where, the artist really can render those sharp, beautiful marks, those really soft blends. They are choosing to make it more loose. So they want that look. That is a chosen aesthetic which they have sought out and achieved. Rather than it being, that looks kind of messy, I wonder if they thought about making it a bit more clean and refined. I personally feel like a more loose look makes things look significantly more fluid, in motion, energetic. And that's personally why I like to do this. I also feel like it adds texture, which is great for things like that of a street. So here, yet again, sharpening edges. We'll add a bit of this highlight here and here. Sharpen those. Do you want more of a dark pigment right now, just to fix up this area right here? You can also make things sharper by just working darker colors in. You have a lot of option in these. That's for sure. There we go. take a couple of steps back again. Now we're going to head over to the right hand side. We're not quite done here yet, but I do want to give that a little bit of time to dry, so I'm going to start with the 1-inch flat-headed brush. We'll mix in a new spot here on our palette just to make things a bit more visually simple. I'll start by creating a bit of a relatively brighter purple, which will still have the inclusion of some Mars black, like that. We'll test that at the back here, and then I'll start applying that right around our vehicle and sidewalk. Just move that out in all of the areas that I feel like there will be highlight, and we're essentially just mapping at this point. Work that over there for keeping it cohesive. It's quite watery, so when I use my finger like this, I get a good blend with it. And now we'll have a bit of a highlight here, and we'll have a little bit of some there. Now we'll go into a darker mixture, so more Mars black. Cut around all of the highlighted strips on the road. Like so. We'll cut around the car. And we can do a slight blend with that lighter pigment. This is only our first layer, so it doesn't matter all that much, but it's preparing us for what's next. And then we'll also block in these larger, brighter pieces that we have also over on the right hand side. So I've been working on this road here for the last 45-50 minutes or so, and I actually decided to switch to the more medium-sized flat-headed brush, and I'm trying to create larger, more consistent strokes and just keep things a bit more blocky. I think that the other application, when done with a lot of repetition, can be really beautiful, especially in rainy scenes. But here we do have a bit more of a dry road, and I just want it to be a bit more fortified looking. So here I am taking this mid-sized brush, and I'm trying to continuously create thick applications. That's what I'm finding is really creating the best look for all of this. So here you can just see I'm going over things time and time again, just trying to figure out what colors I actually like best. But I'm no longer working with very thin applications and incredibly loose blends. Here I am going for something much more structured. I do think that that loose application can be fantastic for blocking things in, figuring out where you want your colors and values. But the more I do this, the more I like this look for a dry road. So here you can see I'm doing the edges, then I'm working in the middle. Grab a bit more. At this point the road is reflecting a lot of that purple, blue, pink light, and I like that. I think it keeps it really interesting. Here again, covering up an old application, but I'm doing so with consistent strokes, and I'm trying to keep that application fairly even. That way I don't have a drift or any real blend. We'll make it a bit brighter, add extra titanium white. We'll come from the back here. There we go. And I'm going over it a couple times, but everything I'm going over is wet, so I'm not getting any semi-transparent edges or soft applications in there. We'll create a bit of a darker blue I recognize I did quite a bit with the absence of the camera, just so I could kind of figure out what I really wanted to do and how I wanted to teach it. So I figured we'll just go back over a couple areas together, that way you can really see what I'm doing. So here I'm mixing up a muted purple. It's fairly dark, like that. I think we'll get some more blue. Definitely want it to be more gray, more black and white, and that looks quite good. So, find an area, make a long application like that, make it more blue this time, and I'm just filling in any area that feels thin enough that you could see canvas through it. You can really see that the application style itself has changed quite dramatically. Can still grab some of our highlight, maybe work that along the edge of this just to show that there is some reflection happening. Drag in a little bit, get a slight amount of that granular look, but again, I did move away from that a little while ago as a whole. Now we're going to work on the two side roads. One is right here, the other is essentially right here, but there is a bus on the majority of it. So we'll take some of our titanium white, blue, red, Mars black, titanium white, black, titanium white, black, and I'm not trying to brighten or darken this, I'm just trying to add more gray to it so that it's less saturated. There we go. Now we'll take this and we'll just slide it over, avoiding the sidewalk that is right here and right there. You can see the color and the value is quite close to what we have on the road. It's a little bit more purple. You can have it more blue if you'd like, but I am trying to, as you can see, jump back and forth between the blues, the purples, and the pinks, just to give it some additional visual diversity. It's not necessarily all that realistic. It's definitely more of a stylized look, but as we've talked about a number of times, I do want more of a stylized look in this painting. I'm also going to make a slightly darker, bluer version of this, like that. And I'm just going to give the car a shadow right here. Very simple. Now we're going to head into the back, and this area is actually going to have a lot of cars, so the majority of it is eventually going to be covered up, but for what isn't, we're going to make this a bit of a brighter area of the road. So we'll take quite a bit of titanium white, small amount of Mars black, good amount of red, just a hint of our blue. We're going to make the majority of this mix pink heavy. It's nice and bright. Going to avoid the bus, going to avoid the sidewalk, and we'll just move this into the foreground. Then, because at this point it doesn't really blend with our previous applications, we'll grab the colors that we were working with on the side. We'll work that into that. Right now they've mixed on the brush, so when we move this about, we're really mixing both colors and we're making things more cohesive. Now I will do a blend, a relative gradient. You can still see some brush strokes in there. Adds diversity, makes it interesting. And I'll also move this up a bit. But you can see that I'm not grinding my brush into the canvas like I initially was for the road. Now it's more purposeful, blocky strokes. Different ways about, or rather of going about this. Recognize that you have options and that we're all going to have different subjective opinions, so really, in the end, make it the way you personally like it. But so far, so good. Now, I think we will create a bit of a mid-blue. And this will be for the top of the bus. Still using that 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. There we go. Take some titanium white. Adding a brighter reflection on the very top. We are going over our lampposts. That is okay. We'll also grab more of that blue that we have right down here. We'll work that for the bottom of the bus. Some connective pieces on the bus. There we are. Now we'll take our 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. We'll take quite a bit of Mars Black, a little bit of titanium white, some of our blue, equal amount of red. We'll start making a bit of a darker mixture for our windows. This, like everything else, should be done edges first. We have already done the areas around it, so we won't necessarily have to go back and repaint these areas should we get them right this first time. But we can if you feel like things didn't go exactly how you wanted. So again, friendly reminder, acrylics are a friendly medium, and if you mess up, it's pretty easy to fix. At worst, you just need to let things dry and reapply. Shouldn't really take more than 15 minutes. That's why it's such a great medium to learn in the beginning with. Lets you make mistakes. Lets you try things. That's really what's most important. There we go. Almost there. Okay. Now we're going to head over into these areas. Add some windows there as well. Start with some red, white, make a bit of a brighter mixture, and I want this to lean more towards purple. So we'll just work all the way across. We can go over the light posts because we know where they are from the bottom and the top. This is getting some nice purple light reflecting on it. And you know what, we'll also take this color and we'll do this one as well. That said, we'll definitely go back and brighten this one because this is facing us and this one will get more light from there. So I'm just going to go ahead and fill all of these in, including our final window over on the right, and then we'll start sprucing it up. So now we're done working on the windows, and we are moving on to the next step, which is some detail work, which is really needed at this point. Admittedly, the painting is at kind of this awkward stage where nothing's really finished. We need a lot of detail in just about everything, but I want to add that in at the end, and I want to do it all together. That way I'm balancing it well, and I don't feel like, oh no, I added too much detail here, or oh no, I did too much there, and therefore it limits what I can do in the future. So we're going to continue adding little bits of detail in the background right now, but we're going to keep the foreground relatively void of it for still a little bit of time to come. So with that, I am grabbing the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush, making sure it's nice and damp. We're going to mix up a purple, and we're going to work in some very distant buildings. There we go. Then we'll grab some Mars Black. And with this, we'll just head right here. And we'll work in this very small building. We'll craft it around our bus. And then we'll grab some extra titanium white. We'll mix that in. And we'll make another one right behind it. Just like that. Trying to have these disappear in the distance. We'll also take some of that highlight and we'll give the front, or rather the side of the building that's going to be receiving more light, just a bit of highlight. We'll grab the darker pigment, we'll put it right behind the back of the brighter building. These are very small applications. It's not going to have a big impact, but it's a nice little detail. I'll also grab more Mars Black, extra red, extra blue, hint of white, and I'll create an even bigger one over here. It's much more silhouetted. So you notice that we have 3 different heights for these. We're keeping it diverse, as we always talk about. Need more water on my brush. I'm getting a bit of a toothy aesthetic. There we go. Now we'll brighten it up. And I'll do another one behind it. Different height than these other ones. It's kind of right in between. Make it a little bit darker. This one's the smallest so far. Make another one on the other side even smaller. And they almost touch at the end. Now, we'll create some lights that stretch from side to side. Still mixing a very dark purple. So we'll apply that right here. Then we'll have a light hanging down. Light maybe right there. We'll add some titanium white to our mixture. Just what we have on the brush. Do another one right under it. But because it's a lighter value, it'll look slightly farther away. We're also going to start making a slightly brighter purple. Not too bright though, we just want it bright relative to the darker buildings that we have in the back. And we'll interject a couple of windows. Just like that. Maybe we'll add a little highlight there. We'll give the side of it some highlight. Maybe we'll do a bit of a blend in. There we go. Now we're going to mix a purple fairly similar to that. So it's going to be slightly blue heavy. So we have our blue, grab our red, grab significantly more blue, a little bit of white, about an even mixture of the black. And from here, we'll start painting in cars. At a distance, they'll simply be rectangles, like this. And they'll be all clustered together at the back here. Just like that, you can see little hints of the road in between them. Then as we get closer to us, they become a bit more distinct. This time I have a slight jet out in the bottom third side, rather the bottom third of each side. Do another one right there. Definitely have a couple right here. They'll be bigger. And now we get to the point where we get to paint on little wheels. So right now we're essentially painting with silhouettes. I'll add wheels on this one as well. Just what you see from the front. Maybe we'll add one right there. All very loose at this point, but we'll build to something quite nice. I also want a slightly brighter version of this purple. So we'll take some of our blue, white, red, significantly more white, more blue, more red, changes in small intervals, remember, and a touch of black. Now I'm going to start working on the sidewalk, which again will be covered for the most part, so it's not something you really need to worry about all that much, but we'll work it in between those two cars. We'll bring it there, and hypothetically it'll get darker here, but I'll get that base layer in first. I think we'll also mix a more black version of what we're currently using, and we'll just tighten that up, make it slightly higher, and we'll make this part of the road. Definitely needs more blue and red to be cohesive though. So as we step back, we can really start to see the effects of those smaller details, and this is really what I was talking about. The majority of the painting process thus far has been blocking in, just kind of getting things ready, building those bases, and now that we have the majority of those incorporated, we're going to start adding those details and we're going to start seeing really beautiful changes. So I'm actually going to head back into that area and we're going to start adding in some lights, building some posts, and making just this little block here as nice as we can make it. That way we do remember, you know what, this is what we're working towards, this is something that can be really beautiful, and it's just a good reminder, that way we don't get discouraged as we do continue blocking in areas like that. So now, for the first time in this lesson, we're going to grab a small, rounded, pointed brush, and this is just going to deliver really small applications for our lights. So I will grab some of our primary yellow right here. We'll grab some red, probably use about double the yellow. Remember, red is a significantly stronger pigment. We'll take a small amount of white, and build up a nice orange. So from here, I know that I'm going to have a post here, which means I'll have a light here. Then we'll move down the street, we'll have another one. Down the street, another one. And as we get farther down, we're not going to see the separation of two. We're simply going to get into one. Just like that. Now, going to build up that highlight, so we'll take extra titanium white, work that in. And we'll just go right on top in the middle of those first applications. This will brighten them, but we want that orange showing around the edges, that way it looks like it has a bit of a warmer glow. So that is one type of light we can add. We'll do just a bit more of it over on the other side. So yet again, double the yellow to red, and initially not too much titanium white. We add the extra in the second step. So, hypothetically we have one right here, we'd have one right here, and they are still doubling up, and then it would get lost. So, just taking that extra pigment off my brush, grabbing more titanium white, working that into our previous mixture. It's definitely brighter. We can maybe make it slightly more yellow. We'll add that right in the middle. You can also go over these. The more times you apply it, the brighter it'll look, because we're building highlight on top of highlight rather than highlight on top of a darker value. So now I'm just cleaning my brush, and we'll hop back into some additional lights. I think we'll grab more of that orange, and we'll instigate some nice orange lights down here coming from the building. There's actually windows that are reflecting the orange. So just a nice little touch. We can do a couple on this side. There we are. Now, let's make some yellow dominant mixes with some extra titanium white. You can see it doesn't lean to orange much at all, but it is a bit of a warmer yellow. Can apply this to the front lights of our cars here. I'm actually not going to do this to all of the cars because I do want some of them to have more neutral blue lights. I just don't want to work with that pigment just yet. Now we'll grab just a bit more of that. We'll work that into a couple of our more orange windows, not all of them, just a couple. There we are. Good. And this is something you really could spend hours on. Such a cathartic process. Then I'll make a more orange, pinkish dominant, darker color. That said, I'm not using any Mars Black or titanium white in this first mixture, which is going to make it more transparent, because the titanium white is really what adds a lot of body to the paint. But that's okay. We're just going to add this larger window, like that. Then we'll take some extra titanium white, work that in. And I'm doing some taps in there, making it a bit more randomized. We'll also throw some of that highlight into this top window, but not all that much. And now we'll switch our colors to grabbing some of the blue from quite a while ago. Some titanium white. It's not a bright blue, but it's not a dark blue. Just adding some of these lights to the background cars. That way it's more diverse. We'll also brighten it, significantly more titanium white. Should do it. Add these highlights to a couple of them. There we go. We'll also make a very bright yellow. Now you need to be careful with this after using that blue, because if there's any blue left on your brush, it will make the yellow into a green. You don't want that. There we go. The bus also has a light right there. Has a darker little band right here, and in that is an orange light as well. Hopefully this really does illustrate just how we were initially blocking things, and that we do have every intent to make it really beautiful, really elaborate. Also tapping on some orange to the sides of the yellow, just to give it some color diversity. You can also throw some light in the door here. Maybe it's clear. And then there are two little top pieces to the door. Now, so far so good. Really like where we're going with this. We'll switch to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. We'll grab some Mars black, a little bit of titanium white, red, blue. There we go. And we'll start making the posts for these. Now we're going to do a line coming down from each of the lights. We're going to have a meeting point in the middle with a horizontal line, and then we're going to have it come down and meet the bottom. In the back, it's simply a line. Don't worry about what you go over. Remember that this is in front of subjects and it can visually interrupt just about anything. And that's okay. Going over it a couple times because I am using quite a bit of water. And then we can also paint in the silhouettes of people walking with that same pigment. And this is just a series of taps. I'm trying to make the middle of it a bit more bulky. I'm making the bottom more tapered. Maybe there's 2 legs. The top is more of a dot for a head, but it's all very loose. Very impressionistic. Won't look that way from afar though. Not unless we really exaggerate these things. So here's what things look like from a little bit farther away, and I do still have one more detail I'd like to add in the back here, aside from putting in the posts over there, and that's just taking a mid to light blue, creating some windshields for these cars. There we go. Just another really, really beautiful color worked in there. You can also incorporate orange in there as well, shining through the back perhaps, or reflecting on the top of the car, and maybe on the back trunk. Small details that eventually add up and accumulate to make something really beautiful. Now I do want to paint this next segment a bit wider, that way you get to see how this side is balancing with this side and also how it's balancing in the middle. And it's going to mean that you're not going to be able to see the detail exactly, but the strokes here are going to be incredibly loose, and that's not a bad thing at all. So this is an area where I would recommend being more whimsical with your stroke, be a bit more free with it, have fun. And so I'm going to take some of our orange, the hint of titanium white, not too much. I don't want this to be exceedingly bright. I just want it to have a bit more body in it, be a bit more thick. I'm going to say, okay, you know what, this is a window. I'm going to add some light to the top. Maybe it'll stream across. Maybe for one reason or another it'll have some extra light reflecting there. That'll work its way down into there. There are these areas separated that we still see. And then I'll take that same pigment and I'll say, you know what, we'll add some over here as well. And I'll actually expand the size of this window. Make this one a bit more blocky there. And then I'll bring the orange down here, and then I'll do some taps up there. Again, this is meant to be much more loose. Grab more. And we'll apply this predominantly to the top here, but we don't want too much in this window because it really isn't going to get much light from there. It's essentially getting reflected light. So from there, we'll take more yellow, make it a more yellow dominant mixture, add some titanium white. We'll go to the edge of this window and we'll kind of follow our initial applications, leaving portions of the orange showing through, especially on the edges. That way it looks like that orange and that red are a bit of a glow. There we are. Just add a hint of it in here. Once we start to run out, don't want much. We'll also add some lights inside some of these by taking yellow. And you'll see that my brush actually has, I said by taking yellow, by taking white, you'll see that my brush actually still has some yellow on it in these mixes. This is a stage where if you really want to avoid green, I would recommend cleaning your brush and your water. I do think I can work around it. I'm going to make that attempt. So there I have some blue, I have some white. Grab a hint of black. There we go. Now I have this bluish gray. And I'll work this into the window in a couple of places. So now we have a combination of our base layer that is purple, the orange that we included, the yellow that's on top of it, and now some blue that's interjected in there on top of the purple. We're not letting the blue touch though with our orange or yellow. Don't want that. So just like that, we have some extra interest happening there. I like that a lot. It's starting to come along, really is. Good. Okay, so from there, what we're actually going to do, we're going to hop into this side of the sidewalk. I'm going to paint the sidewalk. We're going to paint a light stand together, and I'll probably continue those over there and do the exact same over there. So for our sidewalk, I'm actually switching back to the larger flat-headed brush. We'll grab some Mars Black from in here. We'll grab a little bit of red, a little bit of blue, a little bit of white. The general colors we've been using in the painting. Then I'll create this shadow. This essentially lift on the sidewalk. Want it to be more tapered at this end, want it to get larger as we move over here. Just like that. Then we'll grab more red, more blue, more white, and build it up to be a similar color to that of the street. Then we'll start applying that right in here, starting with this sharp edge first, as we always do. And while I'm doing this, I do have to avoid where my posts are for the main light. So we're going to work with the corners of the brush here. You could switch to a smaller brush if you wanted to make sure you were getting it exactly how you wanted it. But I'm just blocking it in. You can see it's still very watery, very transparent. Take that extra water off my brush. I know this is what I want, so I'll mix more of that thick paint, void of the water, to that extent anyway. Still keep it a little damp. There we go. And here you can see what the thick layer looks like. There we go. I'm going to take all of that pigment off my brush. Going to grab some extra Mars Black, mix with that gray, create a slightly darker mixture, and I'll create some breaks in the sidewalk. Just by creating a couple of horizontal lines. You can also do a tap, so that there's less of a blend with our previously applied still wet pigment. Just an extra detail. We can also now switch to the smaller 1/4 inch flat-headed brush, make the pigment more saturated and a little brighter. You can come up to the top of it on the side here. And I'm kind of brightening from the edges and moving my way in. That right there is a good example. Do a bit more. Should be good. Oh, that's beautiful. That's what we wanted. You can see I'm avoiding that darker line. That way it looks like there's a lip, it turns in. This highlight runs its way around the bottom of it and connects to that brighter corner. And this again is how I went about painting the street the second time. And I like that a lot. You can also take a small bit of that highlight and just bring it down as that lip reaches the edge. Just creates some extra depth. Now I'm going to head over to the right hand side of the canvas and do that exact same process over again. So for time's sake, I'm going to do this one off camera, and then when we get back on camera, we will tackle our first larger light stand together. So, as you can see, the right-hand side is now filled in. I use the exact same colors, same mixes, and I think that looks pretty good. So, I did note that our next step was going to be working on the light posts. However, if you follow them, if you watch where they are, eventually they do overlap with this area, and if we were to paint them first and then go and paint this, we'd probably end up painting over all of that detail work, and we just create more touch-ups for us later on. So instead, we are going to work on this area, and it's a good thing to consider when you're going through that painting process, what to paint first, what's layered on top of other subjects, because it really can save you quite a bit of time, which is necessary when your tutorials or your paintings seem to be 3 to 4 hours long consistently. These cityscapes, again, they're not super difficult subjects, they just require significantly more time because they have more simple details in them. With that said, this is actually the next day. This is now my third day working on this piece, and so I wanted to start this video by simply saying a big thank you to you for making it this far, for watching these videos, for being an engaged member in the community. And as I say in all of these lessons, or at least as I try to, I'd really like to say a big thank you to our patrons for making this happen. In no world would I be able to spend 3 days on a single painting every week to, make something special and make something I'm proud of, make something that I feel like we can all learn from. There wouldn't be the time. These would be significantly less frequent, and you make this happen. So thank you for providing me with the opportunity to paint as frequently as I do, to make as many tutorials as I do, for really providing these lessons for everyone else as well. And I really hope you are enjoying. I hope you feel like you're learning something and you're getting something here that you really can't find anywhere else. Again, I feel like cityscapes, they can be a very initially daunting subject, to the point where a lot of different creators kind of shy away from them just because they can be more complicated, because they can take more time. But I really want to show this type of painting, this type of subject to you, and find different ways of simplifying it and making it accessible. So thank you for providing me with the opportunity to explore this and try to make something really special rather than something quick and easy. With that said, I really hope you are enjoying the benefits and the perks up over on Patreon. For anyone who is new to the channel and this is your first video up over on Patreon, we do offer a lot of exclusive perks, like that of the reference photos, the traceables. I have 5 different ebooks, including some with a bunch of traceables, and others like Acrylics for Beginners, which is essentially the essentials, everything you need to know about acrylic painting before you jump into your first acrylic painting. I've probably said that 100 times at this point, and it kind of just rolls off the tongue. Fun when that happens. But there's a bunch up there. We also have a private Facebook group where we all kind of share our work, help each other out. We have just a bunch of different things. I also do personalized art reviews. So go check that out if you're interested. There will be a link in the video description. And of course, it is what keeps this channel going, and I'm incredibly grateful to everyone who does check that out and contribute to the channel. So with that said, we are going to jump back into this. We're going to paint this area right here, and let's make sure we have some clean water, clean brushes, and have some fun. So we're going to jump back into this with the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to grab quite a bit of titanium white, and at this point the entirety of my palette is dry, so I don't really need to worry about mixing with other pigments. I'll grab a hint of blue, a hint of red, about an equal mixture, and then a very small amount of Mars Black. We don't want much at all, so I'm taking the extra off elsewhere. And I'm going to use this for the first layer of the top of this right here. Now, as I do this, you can see that the buildings actually need to be extended slightly. That's going to be part of our touch-up step later on. But I'm not going to worry about it right now. We don't want to overwhelm ourselves and get too distracted. So, from there, I'm going to make a more thick application of that. I know I like it, so I don't need to use as much water. By mixing more paint without grabbing more water, we will get a bit more of a thick, prominent mix. That's really good. Head back over that area once again, as you can see. And then I'm going to take this same mixture and I'm going to apply it down in the bottom area. Now, I tried to just work horizontally and get this whole area, but as you can see, I had to apply too much pressure. That moved up and I got less of a sharp line. Just a friendly reminder that if you want things to be extremely tidy, don't use any pressure. And here you can see I'm taking my time. Instead, I'm going over the edges first, then I move in on the middle, and look at that. We have a very clean application. Now, I'm not concerned about this because we had to paint this top and bottom area anyway, but just something to consider. There is a little bit of construction happening on my floor in the apartment building today. So you may hear a little bit of a hammering or other tools, but hopefully that's okay. I just went to remix this and I made it slightly more pink. So we'll take some additional blue and work that back in there. There we go. It's kind of interesting painting, listening to construction. It feels very productive. Painting in itself is productive, but there's this added level to it. It's kind of fun. I feel like I'm not necessarily working with people, but kind of working with people, which is a nice feeling when the majority of your day is spent in kind of a solitary setting. Always a positive way to look at things. So there we go. Now, going to make a slightly darker mixture. So add a hint of Mars Black to that. Darken it up a little bit. And there's a bit of a gradient that's happening. So the bottom of these are actually darker, and then they progressively get lighter as we move up. So I'm just applying this to the bottom, getting some extra water on my brush, and then I'll do a slight blend up. Now, the initial mixture has dried, so this is a wet on dry application, and it actually worked out pretty well. That said, things are going to look a little messy while we're still blocking in, but that's just a general rule of painting. Now here I'm mixing more of that initial highlight, at least something quite similar. And we'll apply that right down here. So now you can see a separation between this and this because of that darker application. There we go. So far so good. Just going to take the extra paint off my brush because it was getting quite high on the bristles and we don't want that. I'll also grab more of that pigment and we'll just start painting in the doors. And you know what? Instead of working around all of those little details, I'm actually going to paint over them, and I'll paint those details atop this in a little bit. There we are. Much better. We'll also do this door, but I'm going to leave that window. Now we're going to mix a significantly darker mixture using the same pigments, just more Mars Black. Like this. Oh, Howie, do you hear that? That's my little boy Howie. It's okay, buddy. Do you want some attention? We're apparently going to take a quick little break and make sure our loved ones and our pets are happy. So we are back, and as you can see, I actually did a second layer there. The construction got a little bit louder, and I just figured, you know what, that was a good time to just thicken up that paint. So with that, I am going to take some Mars Black, a little bit of blue, red, hint of white, but we really want a dark bluish mixture here. The white and the red are just additions to make the color slightly more complex and cohesive. And I'm going to take this with quite a bit of water, and I'm going to create a line at the bottom of our gradients. It's going to go over the space we left for the door, and we'll go all the way to the edge, like that. We're also going to take this and run it along the top. You can see that I'm using lots of small strokes, slowly connecting them. And then we're also going to take this And we're going to create just a dark little piece here beside our doors. Good. You can also add what will be a sign right here. So we are just adding our detail and building it up. Now from there, we are going to make our doors a little bit more interesting. I will take some white, some blue, mix those together, hint of black. Should work. And we'll just create two little windows like that. Nice and easy. Again, they don't have to be perfect. And now we'll go back to our darker mixture. We'll create a separation in between our doors. I'm painting on kind of an awkward angle, so it's difficult to get a straight line, but if you're not worried about covering up a camera, move your arm about, find the most efficient way of getting these as straight as you can, and proceed to make the line from there. As you can see, we're able to clean it up a bit from this angle, definitely easier. Hopefully I didn't cover too much though. I'll also add a dark window right there. And it's coming along quite well. So next, we're going to add a darker purple right beside our windows. So white, blue, red, black. If you have your initial mixture on the palette still, you can mix this beside it, see how they look. Or you can test on here. And I'm just filling this in right beside my door here on the right hand side. We'll do it on the left hand side of this door. The majority of this is going to be this color. The little window right there. So far, so good. Create some small applications, dividing windows. Just like that. And we'll have a door right there too. Now we're going to take that same dark purple and run that right underneath our set of windows. So it's a great example of additional detail that just isn't hard to do. I feel like it's a great example of a cityscape as a whole. There we are. Now the windows are going to be quite interesting because for the most part we're actually going to see what's behind them through them. So here we'll paint orange, here we'll paint more of our purples, this will get a mixture of purples and pinks. But before we do that, I do want to hop down into this area, create a bit of a darker mixture, so grab some Mars black, some blue, some red. Again, even mixture of blue and red, smallest hint of white. Take this, come right under the train here. You know, we should probably skip the majority of this purple. Fill that in. We're now going to skip a small area so you can just see a line. First add purple in a minute, and we'll move around it. Now the wheels almost blend in with the background here, so I'm actually going to paint over these. And we'll paint them in separately in a minute. There we are. So close to having our first piece of this done. Now I'm going to let that dry, do a second layer, then we'll come back in with some added details. So I've done my second layer, let that dry a little bit. Now we're going to mix up more purple. This is going to be a bit brighter. We want it to stand out against that last darker pigment, so I'm still incorporating Mars Black, just not as much. And we're going to have this come down on an angle from this side, as you can see. Going to have it run across the bottom here. In that little space we left white. And then we'll have it come back up right there. From there, I'm just going to paint a little bit of purple highlight where the wheels hypothetically are. 3 on each side. I'm taking artistic liberty here as to how it's represented in the reference photo. I just think that this is going to look a lot better with the way we've painted the rest of the scene. So far, so good. Quite happy with that. We're now going to switch over to a, let's go with a 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. Get some more Mars Black, titanium white, blue, red. There, you can really see that color. And we'll start working on the track underneath. You can see that it's semi-transparent, as most of our first layers are. You can see I'm just sketching it in, getting that bottom line. It's going to overlap portions of our sky, portions of our building. That's not a bad thing. And I'm just going to work on this middle area here, and then I'll go off and do everything on the sides myself. Again, just so you aren't left with a 5-hour tutorial. Don't think many people would have the time to watch something like that. So, we have our base layer in there. We know we like it. So now I'm mixing with less water on my brush, using more paint so that it's significantly more thick than this first application. And I'm making that thick stroke. Might need to go back and touch up some of the edging, like I do right here. And then right under all of this, it's fairly interesting. We have a line. This is a great detail, by the way. This is really what's going to make this something special. It's going to stretch from one building to the next. Do the center of it right now, though. Then right in the middle, we have a piece that moves up. From the base, we have these angled strokes. And then we have another angled stroke on the same angle. And you can switch to a smaller brush here if you'd like. But we have this pattern here of detail. A member over on the Facebook group for Patreon supporters recently started posting work they did with acrylic pens, and that looks like a fantastic medium that I've not yet tried for something so detailed like this. But right there, we have a really, really nice extra detail. I'm going to separate portions of this with some extra titanium white. Just make a slightly brighter variant of what we have. Going to run that across the top here. Make it brighter again. I don't want it to be bright, I just want it to be slightly more distinctive. There we go. And I think I'm going to add another one near the bottom here. Again, not in the photo, but just a nice detail and an excuse to interject some extra value. Different color that's cohesive with the bus. Something interesting. So I'm going to go ahead and work on the other two of these. I'll extend that, and then we'll work on the light and all of that together. We'll also add another detail right down there. So it's been about an hour, and as you can see, I took what we had right here in the middle, I extended that to the left, extended it to the right, and then I took the blueprint of what we had right here, and I just kind of moved it over to there, moved it over to there, and just like that we have a fairly complete section. Now all we have to do is add in the windows, and these are all going to be different. I know in a lot of the buildings we've been doing very similar windows, taking very similar color palettes. However, these have different subjects behind them, and they're going to be visible to a point. So it's imperative that our next step is actually going to be cleaning our water and our brushes, because we're going to start working with yellows to make this orange again, and we've been using a lot of blue, so we probably wouldn't get that orange with that in our water. So let's go clean everything up and jump in to some windows. So now I'm going to take that 1/4 inch brush, take some of our titanium white, good amount of it. I want this first application to be quite thick, and I'm going to be very precise with it. Generally, I do like to do multiple layers. I like to start with that more of a wash layer, test things out, but with this, I know the colors I want. I like the edging that I've already done on the train, so I'm going to try to do this in as few layers as I possibly can and make them as perfect as I possibly can. So there is application number 1. I'm moving over to application number 2, but look, the entirety of this window isn't actually going to be orange, because right behind it, you have that building. It's also worth noting that there is a little white spot there, so we'll just fill that in nice and easy. And that's actually it for the orange, though I do think it's important that we did clean everything and just make sure that it was just right. So now we move into purples yet again. I'll continue to mix up here just because I know it's a clean spot currently. Mixing that lighter purple. And this is actually a great kind of practice for becoming a better painter. Going back and remixing colors that you did quite a while ago, in my case 2 days ago. Having to match these things is really going to help. Now, if you look at that, that's significantly more pink than purple, so this will actually work right over here. Just like that. I'm going to take the excess off my brush. And how do we make that less pink and more purple? Well, we add more blue. We'll add a hint more red. Those are both darker values than white, so add more white to make it brighter again. And now we'll go and try this. As you can see, it's much more accurate. It's slightly darker, but you also notice that the orange is also slightly darker, and that's purposeful because the windows are going to be tinted to a small extent. So just like that, we have that new building in there. I can test this color over here, see if that matches. It does. That means this can go right here. And because we were working with such a limited color palette, but a very cohesive one, we're able to kind of jump around and incorporate these colors in the windows very easily. So we're just looking at what's above them. Next I see a very dark one. We'll add more Mars Black. We'll test it. So far so good. So they kind of lose the window look, but that's not a bad thing. We can add that on after. And it isn't a prevalent feature in the reference photo, but I'm going to add a lot of glare and sheen to these. So we'll add some reflected light a little bit later on. So I'm just going to fill these in. with what's around them, and we'll work on the next step together. You know I just said that I was going to do this part by myself, but I do recognize that I have been cutting the camera a bit more frequently. That's because I know we're getting closer to that 4-hour mark, and I really want to make these videos accessible. I want people to feel like they can jump into a cityscape, because I really do feel like if you're an intermediate painter, you can. And if the videos are too long, I know it can really deter a large portion of the audience. So trying to keep it under 4 hours, but I figured, you know what, this is something that it's not going to take too long. We're not simply doing the same thing over and over again. We are mixing lots of different colors. And you know what, if anything's going to be advantageous to show the entirety of the process, it'll probably be this one. So here you can see I'm mixing this fairly desaturated purple. I'm going to desaturate it even more with black and white, and that'll be for this building, which again we can test on it. It looks good, and that means we can work that right in here. Just like that. Now this little box right here, as you can see on this, is actually almost a black. So I'll take that excess paint off my brush, grab more of that, and we'll work that in. Also, I'm not sure if you noticed, but the construction has seemed to have ceased, which is a wonderful thing. Now we can focus a little bit better. There we go. I said initially that it was kind of nice because, of course, most of my day is spent painting, and it is a bit more of a solitary job, but after a certain point you do just need time to think, and a lot of painting really is critical thinking. Saying, okay, well, do I make this color brighter, darker, warmer, cooler, more saturated, less saturated? I like this color a lot. It's similar to what we had, but I like it more, and I'm actually going to edit our building slightly so that I can justify using it down in here. Artistic liberties, beautiful thing. There we go. I think I'll actually incorporate a bit more. Can probably work it here, but only here. Then it gets darker. So, grab more Mars Black, make that darker version of it. And we'll just paint that in. There we go. Good job, team. Now, for the first time in the painting, we are going to make a green. That's right. We've made it this far and we haven't used a green. So I'll take some yellow. I'll take some blue. Have a nice green there. Titanium white. And then we have glowing sign right here. Now it's too small to make anything legible, so we're just tap in a couple of those colors and leave it at that. But very happy there. So I'm actually going to continue with that 1/4" flat-headed brush, and we're going to start with all of the darkest colors for our car. So I'm going to start by mixing the darkest pigment I'll be using, which is a lot of my Mars Black, hint of our blue, hint of our red, hint of our white. And you know what? Let's mix a lot of this because we are going to need a lot, and it's not a complicated color that will necessarily need any real testing. This is something we've done 100 times. This is something that will, to the inexperienced eye, simply look like black. And something, as long as we ensure it has a bit of red or blue in it, will be good. So, now that I have that, I'm going to start crafting the darkest areas of this vehicle. And I'm looking at the photo and I notice, you know what, first of all, the windshield has a bit of a design in it due to a reflection. Let's start with that. So, I'm going to apply that there. Going to apply this here. It's also worth noting that I have quite a bit of paint on my brush, which is allowing me to get this thick application. It's allowing me to move around quite a bit. It's very easy to paint right now. However, it is to a point going to hinder me from creating very small sharp lines. So if you find you have too much paint on your brush to the point where you can't render sharp lines or lines of the size that you want, do go ahead and clean that. It's definitely worth the time and the paint you're going to take off. I think when people start painting with acrylics, really any type of paint actually, we are a little apprehensive about using a lot of paint because we just spent all of this money on different materials and it's, I want this to last and I don't want to waste anything. Really, being a confident painter, being willing to commit to thick applications is going to make a massive difference in your work. I see it time and time again with people, and as soon as they say, okay, you know what? I'm going to build these thick layers, I'm going to make these larger mixes. Yes, maybe that means I'm not going to use all of it, but I'm going to get the applications that I actually want. The work just transforms. It becomes so incredible so quickly. And it's all about just having that confidence to commit to a larger quantity of paint after it's been tested. Remember, we generally start with the wash first. I'm not here just because I want this to have an application very similar to the road in that it's not hyper realistic. You see the brush strokes, it feels a bit more blocky, you get that more impressionistic vibe. And that's what we're aiming for here. So I'm just going over all of the darker areas of the vehicle, as you can still see. And we'll probably need to go in and add some extra color and brighter values to some of this, but we are blocking it in. And we're getting a handle on where everything's going to be. That's another thing. I think that's a good reminder for people who are relatively new to painting. Don't be afraid of it. You can make mistakes. You can fix them. I think one of the biggest mistakes a painter can make is trying to make everything absolutely perfect initially. It's okay to learn. It's okay to make mistakes. It's, really going to get you finished pieces, right? If we're too apprehensive, we'll never actually finish anything. There we go. That was something I definitely struggled with. Have a real perfectionist personality. And I found as soon as I said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to try things and then I'll fix them, I became such a better painter. And quickly too. So don't be afraid to do that. Even if it makes the painting you're currently working on a little less than what you would initially intend it to be, visually, quality-wise, detail-wise, it's probably going to make it so your future paintings are so much better. It's investing in your artistic future is really what it is. There we go. Really close to being done with these darker areas. And as you can see, I'm just essentially doing everything that has A, shadow, but B, more importantly, what isn't going to get reflected light on it. So this is going to get reflected light from the sky, from windows. This is going to get reflected light from the sky, windows, same with this, same with those. Just looking for the darker areas. There we go. Now, we'll mix up a bit of a darker blue. So blue, white, black, white, black, more black. And we'll try this right down here. Oh, that's perfect. Love when that happens. Now we're working with our middle value. So it's not the brightest pigment, but it's not the darkest pigment. It's going to go in between. Checking the reference photo right now, saying, okay, you know what, we have some darker pigment right there. We'll have some here. The windshield as a whole has this as a base layer. So that's interesting, useful. And it's pretty amazing to see how cohesive a lot of these colors are. When it is a bit darker, when you get that more silhouetted look, but you also have this reflected light. You can see some different strokes in there. I'm going to keep them. I like that a lot. I'll put the little sticker there. We'll incorporate some for the back, but we're going to do a lot of orange highlights from this, rather from all of the lights around on top of it later on. So that's important to remember. And I actually need a bit more black pigment in the back there. There we go. Now we'll take more titanium white, really brighten it up. Want something even brighter than that. We'll start applying that here. And you can blend this with the other pigments if you want. Give it a sleek gradient, or you can do what I'm doing, and that is not adding those gradients, because, again, I want it to have a bit more of a painterly effect. I want it to be more blocky like the street itself. I really like what we've started in this, and I'd like to continue it. So we'll continue that here. And that'll roll down the back of the vehicle. This will be an orange highlight, so we don't need to do that. This will have a highlight. There we go. I think we might actually want to make that one a bit darker. So I'll grab the mid-tone, mid-value rather, and we'll work that right across there. Get some titanium white, work that into our initial mixture, get a darker gray, create the impression of the logo for the vehicle, make it even brighter. We'll use this for the license plate. So far so good. Now I can see that the vehicle has some racks on the top for probably bikes or moving something, so incorporate some of these. If you're not sure about your angles, reference photo traceable is very useful. That said, when you've done all of these buildings, you probably have a good grasp on the perspective of the scene itself at this point. Adding a highlight to the tops of the horizontal ones. It's a nice detail. I think we'll also grab some of that darker pigment, work in a little shadow for them. And now we're going to go back to the really dark pigment and finish up the back of the car. So while we're not finished with the car, I am taking a couple steps back, looking at it from a bit more of a distant view and just making sure that while we are doing all of this detail work, we're making sure that it still feels like it fits within the context of the rest of the scene. So far, I feel like we're actually doing pretty well. Just watch this line, make sure that it is slightly diagonal, make sure that this is fairly horizontal and make sure that the angles on the sides are pretty good. I think I could actually really improve it by just moving that over. Yeah. And I think I also need to balance the darks up here with what we have down there. Another thing I'd like to do is take some of the highlight that we have and work that into the front windshield. It's not as prominent as what we have down here, but it's certainly more bright than what we initially had. There we go. Can put in some extra little reflections and lights that are quite soft right there. And we're painting from a distance right now purposefully. I'm looking at it in the viewfinder so that I see it from a distance. And it's just balancing it so much better. There we go. Make sure you don't have any little areas of white canvas showing through as we talk about. And now I think we're going to head into some oranges. So I will get you closer for that. So now, before we start working with our oranges, yet again, I would like to remind you that it is definitely very advantageous to work with clean water and clean brushes, because yet again, we are going to start working with yellow. It's also important to make sure that this is pretty much dry, as you don't want any real mixes happening with this in your previous pigment. So once we have all of that ready, we're going to take quite a bit of yellow, about half that of red, mix up that nice base layer with just a little bit of titanium white to make it slightly more thick, because both primary yellow and cadmium red light hue are innately fairly thin pigments. By the way, you can use primary red or any other choice red you have, but they are all fairly thin, which means generally we have to build up a lot of layers with them. And here I'm working the edges fairly carefully, but if I go over, it's just going to look like a bit of a glow over the darker area of the car, and it's not a bad thing. I'm actually going to make this one quite large, blocky, make it look like it's in motion to a point. Then we'll add some highlights to the side of the car, some highlights to the rear view mirrors. That right there has quite a reflection. Works its way back into the vehicle. There we go. This side will also get that reflection from the windows to the right. Have more paint on my brush than what's useful, and I was finding it a little difficult to work with, so just took that extra paint off. Now I can create some truly clean lines. There we are. Much better. Add a slight reflection right there. That looks good. And from there, we'll take some extra yellow, white, hint of that orange, but we want a brighter, more opaque mixture that leans towards yellow. We'll add this initially in the headlights, and then I'll add hints of it into the rest. And I personally feel like I may have overdone some of those highlights. So now that I'm done with the oranges for the most part, I will grab some black, hint of white, use a bit more of a gray mixture, and I'll just taper that back. I'll separate that, separate that. Already much more clean looking. That's good. I also want And this is debatable whether I should be using this brush still, because we were using that black. Black and yellow generally make more of a green, so be wary of that, and if you do find that issue, just clean your brush again. But I am going to add more highlight than what I see in the reference photo. I want it a bit more exaggerated. So we're toning down some things, we're building others up, and we're really playing with it. I'm going to add some reflection in here. I like that. Thinking about where the street lights are, where they might catch it. Good. And of course we have a reflection from the lights down here. And when you apply this yellowy orange, as you can see, we actually get a fairly clear application, and it does look a little green, and that's because we're applying it over purple, which does have a blue base. I'm okay with that right here. We're going to build it up. And I'm also working around that strip, which we're going to make brighter with some blue, red, and white. We'll try that. Yeah, that's interesting. I'm going to try not to blend it with the yellow, and we'll work it in all directions, trying to keep clean lines and consistent lines. Now we'll grab more of our orange, add a lot of white to it, make something brighter, more opaque. Again, debatable whether I should be using this brush. So far, so good. There we go. Leaving in the brush strokes again, just because I do like that look in cityscapes. I think that's really interesting. Now I am going to take that brighter orangey yellow that we've been working with, and I'll also build that on top of our lights as well. You could honestly go over the lights 10-15 times and it would just keep getting better and better. One of those subjects. We also need to work some blue in there. So we'll take some blue, black, white, and this will be the color for a little round sticker. So now we are finally going to paint our first street light. I'm going to be using the 1/2" flat-headed brush. I'm going to start by taking some of our red, double that in yellow, take just a hint of titanium white, not too much, but just enough to thicken it, as we say. And I'm going to come up here, I'm going to use the corner of the brush for the majority of this. That way I don't render a rectangular mark for the most part, but you know what? Actually, we've been talking about making this a more loose piece. This is a great place to do that. I'm just going to make these vertical marks. There's a little bit of a movement up and down. I can do that for really all of these, just getting them started. And then, as per usual, we'll brighten it by adding more of our yellow and significantly more of our white. So you can see there how the colors progress. And this is something you're going to want to go over with a number of layers, but we're essentially applying the brighter pigments in the middle. We're not covering the entirety of it. We're letting some edges blend, some be sharper. Here we'll get more of a yellow-orange mix. We'll come back in, do some different taps. Trying to get it to feel like light. So we have that orange, we have that yellow kind of emitting. It's semi-transparent so you can see the building behind it. And then you have all of these different warm pigments and strokes in the middle. It's very eye-catching. Then, to ground it a little bit, we'll take quite a bit of Mars Black, our blue, red, hint of white. Still using that 1/4 inch, or rather 1/2 inch flat-headed brush. And now we'll create the bases for both of these. They will be attached to the same lamp. So I'm going to start with these vertical marks. Then I'll create a horizontal one. Then I'll create another vertical one. And we'll really move this down. We want to try to keep it fairly tapered, fairly small. If we want to make it larger, we can do that after, but it's a lot easier to make it larger than it is to make it smaller. So we start with something potentially smaller than what we actually want in the end. Now, as we get down towards the bottom, I'm going to expand the base so it looks like this larger metal piece moves into these more wide versions down here, and we'll move this off more to the side of the sidewalk. Just like that. So you can see it comes down and then it creates a slightly wider cylinder and then another slightly wider cylinder that extends farther, and we have it just about touching the edge of the sidewalk. We can do another one here. This one will be smaller, though I would recommend starting at the top and working your way down. That way you know exactly where this is going to be. Maybe you'll need to move it a little bit. I suspect I will have to make mine more to the left. I suspected correctly. And if you make it too wide, it is okay. It just means we need to go back over the sidewalk there again. Not the biggest deal. Remember, we do a vertical line underneath each light. We do a horizontal line connecting the three. Just like that. And now I'm going to switch to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. Grab a bit of that pigment. And we'll do an application right underneath the light that kind of cups it. So there's a slight curve. It's higher on both the left and right hand side. We move in just a hint, and then we also do that again when we move down into the rest of this. Makes the light look slightly more contained. There we are. Now we are going to switch back to the 1/2 inch brush. Make sure that it's quite a bit more clean, so I'm just wiping it off in some excess water. Going to take some of our orange mixed with white. Going to look at this right here, say, okay, you know what, that's creating a warm light. Let's have it bounce off the side of this. Just like that. We'll say that it also maybe catches right here. Definitely both sides of this one. See that? We're just building depth. We're wrapping light around our subjects. We're making them more cohesive. And we're just putting it all together. Much like our other lights, you can pick certain areas and apply brighter highlights. Predominantly doing this in the area that gets the direct reflection. So not necessarily down here, but right up beside. That works really well. Now I'm going to go ahead and do the other light posts that are in the same style, and then we'll do a new one together. There are 3 of these on each side of the street, by the way. So, as you can see, I ended up doing the 3 over on this side. They're fairly symmetrical to those over on the left side, except there is more of a highlight over on the right-hand side rather than the left-hand side because the window is casting light in that direction. That said, we'll probably go back and play a bit more with directions, but we do have a bit more of a loose stroke with the light. It's a bit more impressionistic, and that's what I really wanted to start incorporating more so in the foreground like we did with the car. So far, so good. Now I'm going to take that 1/2 inch flat-headed brush, grab some of our blue, red, black, create a very dark mixture as we have for these posts, and I'm going to create our next light post. Now this one's going to be a bit different. It's far away, so we need to make it really small. These need to progressively get smaller as we move into the distance. Using a fairly watery application, so if I mess up, I can just kind of wipe that off nice and easy. And we'll bring that down to the edge of the sidewalk as we did before. This one will be higher though. And in the reference photo, it goes significantly higher. I'm going to have mine grow through here just so it visually doesn't compete with anything else. Then I'll go over to this side, and here you can see I actually left quite a bit of space on the left and right hand side, more than I needed to. So I will go back in and touch that up. It does get lost behind this car. We'll have it raise to that same point. Rotate our hand, steady it, pinky on the canvas. And we'll give it a bit of an arch. Then, put that brush down, switch to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush as we have before. I'm actually going to go for a bit of a lighter orange this time, just to change things up, make things slightly more diverse. And we'll just throw that in like that. Grab some extra titanium white, brighten it up, add that more so to the center. And I'm going to take the extra paint off my brush because I had quite a bit for that application. Then I'll grab a small amount, and we can just work that along the left-hand edge of this one because this light is going to reflect back on it. And then I start making my taps with a bit of a jump in between some of them. There we go. So that looks quite nice. Now I'm going to switch back to the 1/2 inch brush though, make sure it's nice and clean, that way I don't have any Mars Black paint on it. Grab some yellow, a little bit of red, make a nice orange with some white. Love that color. And we're going to start placing this in areas that these will reflect light. So the tops of these definitely getting light. The top of this one here receiving light from that. This one as well. We can brighten up some of these. Really jumping around here. Part of this track might get some from that and that. Less so down here. You can wipe it away and it gives it more of a glow look. It's up to you how stark you want that to be. If you do wipe it away and then you go back in with a tap, you get a really nice combined effect. It's probably my favorite look in most of these. And you can also add little glints of highlight along the sidewalk here for any piece that kind of protrudes and catches light. Just like that. Top of this also, I'm going to get some light. So at this point it's a fairly intuitive process. You're just kind of scanning the painting for areas that you say, oh, you know what, that could be brighter right there. That could be neat. Maybe we'll incorporate a hint of it on our street. Love that. That was a good idea. You can do that over here too. Now I'm going to clean that brush relatively well, put it off to the side, pick up the smaller brush yet again, grab some Mars Black, a little bit of blue, red, white, again same mix as we used for the posts, and I'll throw the implications of some people walking in the background here. Again, loose strokes, the middle of the application is a bit larger. The bottom is meant to be smaller, that way you get the impression of maybe a leg here and there. Putting them in clusters is a good idea. Some people are going to be significantly shorter, some taller. Just adding life to the city. Oh, you know what a collection of people right back here. They'll be much larger though because they're closer to us. So I need more paint. They're essentially all silhouetted, but we might add some highlight from the lights to them in a little bit. Someone coming from behind this building. It's a neat effect. Got a single person here, and because it's a single person, we will instigate actual form. So there they have a bit of a coat, head, shoulders, a little bit of a triangular effect. And you can really do this however you'd like to. It can be a bit more loose. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and fill in those areas, and I think from there we'll just do some touch-ups together. I'm getting really, really close to finishing, and you know, I just realized that, and I am excited. Look at that. Wow. So I went ahead and fixed up all of the little white spots on the canvas over there, and that means the entirety of the canvas is now covered in paint, and I feel like that's always a very exciting part of the process. So congratulations to all of us on getting this far. Now it's time for essentially fixes and touch-ups. Now I'm going to start this here with the 1-inch flat-headed brush. I'm going to make sure it's nice and damp. I'm going to grab some of our black, quite a bit of our blue, and a hint of our white. I'm going to make a very dark mixture. We have quite dark buildings on the left and right hand side. We have a bit of a vignette effect happening on the top of the canvas, but not so much down here at the bottom. So I'm going to take this darker blue. It's very much like a wash right now. I have a lot of water on it. And you can see that when I apply this, it is essentially blending with the layer underneath. And we're getting this combined look and effect. This is allowing us to add an added hue to this. The additional hue makes the color more diverse. I'm still trying to work in a blocky manner, but I'm allowing the brush strokes to show through. See that? And so essentially we're just trying to darken the corners with a cohesive color, but a thin one. And this is giving us that vignette effect. It's drawing the eye in towards the middle of the painting. And I am leaving in a lot of the brush strokes as noted. We can also create some sharp lines to reshape things if we want. Like that a lot. I think we'll move over here. And you know what? I'm actually going to make a lot of this pink significantly darker. Just like that. Now I think we will switch brushes for a minute over to the 1/4 inch flat-headed brush. We'll grab some red, grab some white, a little bit of our yellow. It's a really bold pigment, and we'll splash this into, again, more areas where we feel like there could be light. We'll have some bouncing off the back of this person, some over here, maybe some from the sky on the top of the car. We can even place it into our darker areas, kind of rub that to the point where it's also a wash. And I'm just trying to distribute color right now with brush stroke. Got a little mark right there. And this is where we really deviate from realism, and we make it focus more on feeling than mark making. Ask yourself if the painting's too warm, too cool, what you want the viewer to feel from it. Pick colors that are generally attached to those feelings, and then work from there. Here we have a really nice pink. I'm going to throw that on the bottom of some of these buildings, build it up as a highlight. Put it on there, side of that building, just a hint. You can see I'm really jumping around and trying to keep it cohesive. There we go. This is where we can get really creative though. Don't worry about the rules. Just make something intuitive. Here we have the pink from all of that reflected light down into these brighter areas. I like that. I like that a lot. And a lot of these choices are going to be up to you. They're going to be subjective. You can tell, rather, you can decide how loose you want them to be. You can make it a very impressionistic piece at this point, a very abstract piece if you really want to start kind of breaking things. I say breaking things. It's not a bad thing at all. I think a lot of paintings really improve when people start to break them and their general conventions. Now, something I forgot about that I actually really wanted to add to this painting was lights up in this area right here. And they're actually quite interesting in the photo. I'm going to play with them a bit, but we'll start with some yellow, some red, some white, our fairly generic starter light color. And in between these shelves, they're not actually shelves, but it's an easy way of describing them, we're going to do some horizontal lines, and I'll skip that one right there. We'll do maybe 2 in that one. I think up here we'll do 2, but on the other side, really playing with them. Do that, I'm going to just even this out by adding some of this color over into these buildings. Not much, but just enough. Add some warmth up into one of these, maybe two. I like that. I like that a lot. And now, we'll grab some titanium white. Just yellow, no red this time. Make a very bright, really beautiful mix. Apply this on top of a couple of these. I'll create kind of some abstract shapes in this one. We don't want too much bright light up here because we don't want to draw the eye up here and keep it up there, but we'll do a bit of that. We'll add some yellow into this, into there. Again, I'm being playful. I'm scattering our colors so that the piece as a whole is cohesive. That's an interesting one. And then, we'll grab more of our initial orange. We'll work that up there. We might also make this glow effect, again, by using a very watery mixture and then moving it around with our thumb or pinky. Really, any finger will do. Gives it a bit of a distant glow look. You can move that out in really any direction you please. Definitely add something special to the piece. But if you want to keep your painting more blocky, this isn't the best technique to use. It's up to you. Do that over here as well. Just add that very watery orange. And we have this glowing effect. Now we added a lot of bright oranges and yellows to the top. Let's balance it. Get some blue, some white. Create something bright, fairly vibrant. Work in some extra window pieces. There we go. So now when we step back, we see an incredibly detailed and vibrant city, one full of colors and glowing effects, impressionistic strokes, sharp lines, and I'm incredibly proud of what we did here. I know that it was yet another long lesson, but I feel like it was worth it. I feel like the extra time we put into this really made it something special, and all of those little pops of color, I'm in love with them. I know that we deviated quite heavily from the reference photo in terms of the amount of color and the amount of saturation we used. Definitely went for more of a painterly effect, but it really helped in the beginning stages and kind of building that base, because again, when you do want to use a lot of color, when you do want to use a lot of loose strokes, starting with a firm foundation can just be so valuable, and I feel like it really turned out in the best way here. So with that is our cityscape. I really hope you enjoyed. I definitely want to do more of these and continue the series. We will be doing more things like seascapes, and I have a couple of other kind of wildlife ideas as well, but right now I am really excited about doing more kind of in this theme. But thank you so much for stopping by. I hope you feel like you learned a lot. I hope you do feel confident and you do realize that, yeah, cityscapes do have quite a bit going on, but it's manageable. It's a bunch of very small, easily doable steps. So take your time, enjoy the process, make something special, and feel free to make it your own. Deviate wherever you'd like to. The reference photo actually had a character right here, but I decided not to incorporate them because I love kind of the mystery of the city. I love that we have all of these people in the background. It's very busy, but at the same time, you feel like you're entering into it, and it's just this very personal thing. I feel like you don't take the place of a main character in the painting. You are it, and you're looking at the piece. Just my thoughts, just how I kind of interpreted that, and the lack of the larger figure there. But again,